Ready? Thank you, everyone, and welcome to the Planning Commission by the County of Santa Barbara for December 11th. We begin our agendas by the flag salute, so if you'll join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Mr. Villalobos. Do you want to proceed to TV coverage?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and good morning to the Commission and everyone. Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcast of Planning Commission hearings will be 5 p.m. on Friday on CSB TV Channel 20, and today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website as well as the county's YouTube channel and will be available for download in a day or two. Should I move on to roll call?
Please.
Commissioner Cooney.
Here.
Commissioner Park.
Here.
Commissioner Reed.
Here.
Chair Bridley.
Here?
And our Commissioner Martinez may join us if we go long enough.
Okay. I can slide over one. All right, so then we proceed to the agenda status report. Mr. Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. In regards to the status of the agenda today, we have two items on the standard agenda. We do have a request for continuance from the applicant on the second item. So the recommendation is to take the request for continuance up first and take that action and then move on to the Strauss Wind Energy Project. That concludes the agenda status report. I can move on to the projection report, Madam Chair.
Okay, do you want us to?
We'll wait
Confirm the
till the
agendas.
standard agenda
Okay.
comes up, and then we can take up that request. In regards to the projection report, I'm looking. Today is our last hearing of this year, and so we will not convene until after the first of the year. The first hearing on the next year, 2025, is on January 8th. Two items, one from Long Range Planning, the Emergency Shelter Zoning Ordinance Amendment, and then we have an amendment to the Highway 101 Segment 4D project. Currently, that was scheduled for our Santa Maria hearing, but we will recommend that being moved to Santa Barbara due to the Highway 101 being through the Santa Barbara or Montecito area. So January 8th will be in Santa Barbara, starting the new year in Santa Barbara on January 8th. Then our next hearing, we had continued the cannabis ordinance amendments, and we set a special hearing on January 22nd, and that will also be in Santa Barbara. And then on January 29th, we have two items, an appeal of a design review approval of the G&K Cannabis Processing Project, and then we have a tentative parcel map on January 29th, and that's again in Santa Barbara. As of right now, we don't have anything projected for February 5th, and then on February 12th, we will return to Santa Maria, and we have just tentatively scheduled the continuance request for the SP Can appeal of Sentinel Peak truck on February 12th. We'll be addressing that later on during the standard agenda, but we put it here as a placeholder based on that request we received. And then we have a project on the Quayside 2 Ambulatory Surgery Center. Again, Santa Maria on February 12th, and then we will be back in Santa Barbara on February 26th with two items, a comprehensive plan annual progress report, and then the Mission Isla Vista Partners Housing Development Project on February 26th. And then if you want to look further down the year, we don't have anything scheduled until April 9th. Which is an equestrian project. But I'm sure we will be filling up the agendas between February and April. That concludes the projection report, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Okay, and at this point, we move to public comment for anybody in the audience that wants to address the commission for items that are not on the published agenda. I don't have any requests to speak, so offer that opportunity. No comment requests received, so we will move on, correct?
So I just want to just make sure that we have, because I know we have a number of folks online that no one wanted to speak on this particular item. So for those of us, just to go over the instructions just quickly, for those of us joining by phone, when it is time you would like to speak on an item, it's *9 on your phone to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. So if there's anyone that'd like to speak at this portion of the agenda, go ahead and raise your hand. I'm not seeing any hands.
Right, thank you. Okay, so that brings us to item 7 on the agenda, which is Planning Commissioners' informational reports. Does anyone have anything they want to share? No, I have one small thing, is that last week I went to a lovely dinner in honor of Steve Goja, who worked at the county for a number, David, what do you think, maybe 20 years? He was here as a senior planner, but he started out as another planner, and he passed away unexpectedly. And we saw quite a few planning and development alumni, about 35 of them, and so that was a wonderful event. It reminded me of the strength and the history of the department. It's very good. Okay, after that item, we go to the director's report and Board of Supervisors hearing summary.
Madam Chair, my recommendation is we trail the director's report. Allow the director to, she's going to be providing those report. So yes, we're going to trail that item. Sorry, just got live information coming in.
Yes.
So once the director's available, she'll let us know and we can take the director's report.
Right.
It was a big day yesterday, so she'll have a lot to report.
Yes, we heard about that. Okay, so that brings us to our standard agenda. And I should have said this at the beginning of the meeting, but if anyone has a cell phone, we ask for you to silence them. And before we even begin our public hearings, we ask that when you are going to address the commission, that you give us your name, and you will have, I think, 3 minutes for public comment at this point. So let's proceed with the item 1 on the standard agenda, correct? Or do we want to flip number 2 for a continuance request?
So Madam Chair, our recommendation is that we do have a request by the applicants on item number 2. Recommend that we bring the request for the continuance up first and let the commission consider it, open it for public comment and deliberate, and then make a decision on whether or not to continue that item today.
Okay, I agree. Let's proceed with reading number 2 into the record.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Santa Barbara County Action Network to consider case number 24 APL, the appeal of the director's April 27, 2024 approval of the Sentinel Peak Truck Rack Project, case number 22 LUP 199.
Okay, we start out with a staff presentation on the continuance request. Can you help us with that, Mr. Briggs?
Madam Chair and members of the commission, good morning. We have Jacqueline Ibarra, the case planner for this, is available online, and she's going to briefly just walk us through the continuance request.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm in the cloud today, so nice to see you from afar. So regarding this item, so on August 14th, the commission continued the item to October 30th. On October 30th, the commission voted to continue the item to December 11th to ensure that the item was presented in North County. On December 3rd, Sentinel Peak Resources, the applicant, requested that the hearing be further moved to January of 2025 in order for the applicant to thoroughly review and refine the voluntary proposed adaptive management plan for the project. So therefore, Energy, Minerals, and Compliance staff respectfully request that the item be continued from today to February 12th of 2025 to satisfy the applicant's request. Thank you.
Okay, and did anyone have any questions for Mr. Briggs. Also, were there any ex parte communications regarding this item? I should have asked that of the commissioners to start. Does anybody have any ex parte? Commissioner Reed?
Yes, on December 2nd, I had a conversation with Patty Cook of Sentinel Peak regarding this item. I also had, just a couple of text communications yesterday with Ken Huff regarding the same matter.
Okay. Seeing no others. I also had a conversation with Ken Huff yesterday regarding Sentinel. Anybody else? No. Okay. So with that, let's go to our public comment. Speaker
So,
is...
Madam Chair, sorry to interrupt. You're on a roll. Before we go to public comment, I would just allow the appellant applicant to respond to the continuance request, and then we can go to public comment and limit that to the continuance request.
Excellent reminder, Secretary Wilson. So Mr. Huff is actually a public comment, but he's actually the appellant. So proceed, please.
Thank you very much, Chair Bradley. Can you get that R on? There you go. Hit it again. There you go. All right. Excuse me.
And Mr. Huff, I'm sorry. So technically, this is an appeal. I said 3 minutes for public comment, but can you do your comments in 5?
And
Because this
Madam Chair,
really is just on the continuance request.
And I'd like to respectfully request that you not change the order of the items. There are at least 3 people that I've been in touch with that have called me, and they want to testify on the subject of the continuance. And they understood it'd be more like 10:30 or 11. So they're not here yet. So I
Fair
hope you
point.
could wait.
Okay.
And I'm interested in this first item, so I'm here
Anyway.
for that anyway. Otherwise, I
Okay.
wouldn't have been here till a little later.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your comment.
Thank you.
Is there anyone else under public comment for the Sentinel? No? And the applicant? Can we hear from the applicant?
There it is.
We appreciate you considering this continuance request. We received the adaptive management plan, and we want to ensure that we thoroughly vet the plan and ensure compliance with it. We're committed to compliance with the project and this new adaptive management plan.
Can I just ask you to state your name?
Excuse me, sorry. David Buddy, Sentinel Peak Resources.
Okay, thank you.
So we just request additional time to fully review and go through the nuances of the plan and ensure that there are no obstacles to full compliance. Appreciate the consideration.
Okay, and you've already worked out with staff that February 12th is the feasible date?
That works for us, yes.
All right, thank you. All right, so I think that closes our applicant and appellant requests. Are there any other comments under public request? Online?
If you'd like to speak on this, the issue of the continuance, please raise your hand, and I'll call on you. And I have not received any physical speaker slips, and I not see any hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. Then we'll close the public comment portion of this and bring it back to the commission. What's everyone's pleasure given our public comment? Commissioner Reed?
Well, just, in response to the applicant Ken Huff's comments that he has people coming who wanted to give their public comment, and they had planned on giving that at 10:30 or so. I would rather, instead of looking like we're in a rush to take away their opportunity to comment, I would just as soon move this to the end of our agenda.
Okay. Anybody else have any opinions about that? Commissioner Cooney?
Well, the confusion is natural as we're kind of taking up 2 parts of our agenda at the same time. In terms of the general public comment, I think it's fine to move on from that, but to continue the request item however long the chair feels is appropriate.
I think we're actually on item 2 that we placed as number 1 on the agenda. We're past general public comment on the agenda. Is that what you meant?
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I was moving at light speed. And I apologize. So this is actually the noticed agenda item for Sentinel. So the request is to continue, actually place it at the beginning of the agenda. We've heard from Mr. Huff, who's one of the appellants, that we keep it in the original order of the agenda. I have a question. Sorry.
Well, I don't mean
Commissioner
to cut
Park.
you off.
No, go ahead. I didn't see your light.
Well, I just turned it on as you were talking. So
Okay, go ahead.
I don't have strong feelings right now about when we should hear the request for continuance. Generally, we grant those. And I wouldn't, I mean, I don't mind waiting. On the other hand, I certainly don't want to give a signal that every time we have a request for a continuance, that we need to keep the matter in the normal order so that other people can come and speak, because I think it is generally understood by those who come to these hearings, and I think Mr. Huff is one of them, that when a matter, there's a request to continue it, we'll pick it up first to be done with it. And so I don't mind waiting if that's what Mr. Reed wants to do or you want to do. On the other hand, I just don't want to send out a general signal to the world at large for all projects that this is what our normal pattern is. I think our normal pattern is to address it right now.
I agree. But I also agree with Commissioner Reed. So what was I mean, normally we just handle continuances as the first part of the agenda, so nobody has to wait around for it. But we have one of the appellants asking for it to stay in its original order. Was there something else from staff that was driving the need to do this first?
So, Madam Chair, Commissioners, to echo what Commissioner Park indicated, our typical practice is when we have a request, we bring those for continuance, we bring that item first, so that way the parties can be heard and dismissed, and we can get to the other items that we want to hear that may take longer. Otherwise, the continuance request could be sitting on the agenda until we get to it, and then if we continue it, it's
Disappointing.
there's an inefficiency in that. And so by being able to take that matter up first, we can handle that matter and move on to other matters that we want to consider that can take more time. So that's the reason why we typically do that, is for agenda management purposes and to move things through the hearing.
So that cues up, and I'm kind of talking to Mr. Huff. When this comes up for the continuance request, there will be no consideration of the project. So the folks that are coming, if they're going to talk about the adaptive management plan or what's in the staff report originally, that's all going to be pushed to February. So I'm going to be pretty strict about saying, I just want your input on the continuance date or not. Do you think that makes a difference? I mean, you can come to the podium because you're the one we're trying to accommodate in a way. Does that make a difference to the folks that you know are going to be coming?
I've counseled all of them that we need to make remarks in the context of this request for a continuance, and that's what we're prepared to do. That's what I'm prepared with. I've got 3 minutes, I've got some slides, but it's all relevant to the continuance and why the continuance.
Okay.
I support it. I'm available on the 12th. I just have a different reason why I would like to see it continued. And, when it's time to hear it, if I wouldn't ask you to wait any longer, people could have been here now like me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Park?
Well, given the level of preparation that Mr. Huff had done and others, you've piqued my interest, so I think we might as well put it to the end of the agenda. I mean, that's just my feeling.
Sounds like what I heard from Commissioner Reed too, and I'm willing to go that way also. So with all that discussion, I'm not sure that we need a motion. Basically, we're trying to keep it in item 2 slot.
So Madam Chair, I think the direction from the chair would be that we'll just trail this item to after item number 1.
Yeah, its original spot. Okay.
And just for information purposes, Director Plowman is available, so we can bring up the director's report now.
That sounds great. Okay, then let's move to item 8, the director's report.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the commission. I have a few things to report, kind of some big things to report. We had a large day for planning and development at the Board of Supervisors yesterday. We were made up all of the departmental items. The first thing that happened was the urgency ordinance for mobile home parks was extended. That's extended for about 10 months. And in the interim, we will be working on developing the overlays for protection of overall mobile home parks and the senior parks. We had the Blanco appeal, which was continued. So that's going to be heard in February by the board. That's Kargasaki and Blanco. There was a decision that had been made by HLAC to create a historic landmark in Montecito at 2929 East Valley Road. And the property owner had objected to the creation of that landmark. And the board supported the property owner and upheld their appeal of HLAC's decision. And we had the Miramar appeal, which was heard by the board. And the board, with a majority, supported the application and the project and denied the appeal. And last but not least, we had the Ag Enterprise Ordinance back at the board. We had been there on November 5th, and they had asked some questions and asked us to come back with some additional information regarding the changes that they were considering making to the program. And I have a number of tweaks that were made, some more substantial than others. And so I'd like to go through those. I know Commissioner Park was in the audience, so he was able to observe all of the things that were happening in the discussion that was happening at the board level during deliberations. But the first thing I wanted to start out with, I'm going to go through the easy ones first, and then we'll end with the one that was the more complicated change that was made. So they've had a lot of discussion about small scale campgrounds. That seemed to be sort of a pinch point, particularly in the 3rd district, because there were a lot of people concerned about the proximity of what they feel are more residential style uses adjacent to the Ag 2 zone districts. So there was quite a bit of discussion, but one of the things they decided about small scale campgrounds is that they wanted to create another tier within the small scale campgrounds. So previously there had been those 3 tiers. I think it's 40 to 100. And is that right? And then maybe 100 to 300. So maybe it was those two. I'm sorry, I don't have the old
100 to 320.
Yeah.
100 to 320.
100 to 320. So they split that tier into 2. And it's now 100 to 200 acres with up to 20 sites, and then 200 to 300 acres up to 25 sites. So we'll have 40 to 100 that I believe are 15 sites. And then of course, when you're larger than 320, there are the other additional provisions. Those were not changed. They all agreed that they wanted to see a provision in the code that talked about requiring TOT, or the bed tax for the owner provided accommodations in the campgrounds. And hold on one second. They decided that they did not support an 80% owner provided accommodations in the small scale campgrounds. They moved that down to 70%. And then on small scale composting, there was kind of a lot of deliberation about that, and because of the concerns about the potential for there to be transmission of contaminants on food crops. So Supervisor Nelson had been really encouraging them to include 1,000-foot setback from food or row crops. And this is for outside the overlay, right? Because we've already established the overlay to try and protect those food crops. In the end, that did not move forward. So the setback, I believe, remained at 100 feet. They had also, or I'm sorry, that's 200 feet. And then regarding educational experiences, small scale events, farm stays, we had a quiet hour of 10 p.m. And they decided to apply that the 9 p.m. quiet hour that the commission had decided to apply to campgrounds to all of those uses. So 9 p.m. is now the quiet hour for the educational experiences, the small scale events, farm stays, and campgrounds. Regarding farm stays, the board decided to add another tier to it. The Planning Commission had settled in on a clearance for farm stays up to 6 units. The board decided that you could have up to 15 units, but it would be a minor conditional use permit if you were to move into the higher unit count. Keep going. There were 12 items. So let's see. There was a question about small scale events and creating a registry for the exemptions, because they really felt like they wanted to track those items, those different events that were happening across the county. And so what they ended up doing was moving that to a zoning clearance. So small scale events will require a zoning clearance and will not be exempt. Let me keep going. So they also discussed what would happen if we saw a lot of problems with maybe small scale events or educational opportunities or whatnot. They wanted to make sure that we had the ability to revoke those zoning clearances. And that is a provision that already exists in our code. And I think we talked about that at the Planning Commission, perhaps. But there had been some discussion about whether or not there should be a provision in the code where violators who never came in for any kind of clearance would be prohibited from applying for an actual permit for at least a year as some form of disincentive to move ahead with having these events or violating the code in some way. But there was a lot of back and forth in the deliberations about that, and ultimately the board decided not to move forward with that. But we do have the provision in the code that if people are chronic violators, when they get their zoning clearance, we can revoke it for a 12-month period. So they also took up the issue of setbacks from adjacent premises, and there had been some discussion about changing the minimum 100-foot setback to reduce it down to 50. When there are reasons why, maybe it's topography or an intervening road, and that you have property owner agreement. But the board did not decide to do that. They had discussed it, but they kept it at 100 feet. They did modify the overlay based on some requests that were received. And I actually I can show you. They took, actually, I'm going to bring it up for you so you can see how they modified it. Hold on one second. Share my screen. Okay. Hold on one second. PowerPoint is not cooperating, but let me see if I can get it up here. Well, I'm going to see what I can do here to make it as big as possible for you to see. Can you, David, can you turn the sharing on? For
Yes,
me?
just give me 1 sec.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Can you see that? Are you guys able to see it?
Yes.
Okay. So there were 2 requests to exclude parcels. And if you can see on this, I'm sorry, I can't put it in presentation mode. It was kind of giving me a hard time. The parcels that are in the hatch mark here, this is near Gary, adjacent to Gary on the eastern side of the overlay. There had been a request to remove these 2 parcels. And then there was also a request to move the one in red over here, which is Cottonwood Canyon. There's a winery there. So in working with the 4th District, there was a determination that these parcels in the purple would be excluded, in addition to the parcel outlined in blue, to kind of create a clean line for the overlay. So these 3 parcels, and then just portions of the Cottonwood Canyon site, this area outlined in blue, would be excluded from the overlay, just as this area down here is excluded from the overlay. So it creates sort of a finger into the overlay, but this is an area that is depressed. It's a valley in here, and so it's not directly adjacent to the row crops. It's at a lower elevation, and that was the thinking behind that. Any questions before I stop sharing? Okay.
No.
Close that. Second. And then the final one had to do with the differing recommendations between the Planning Commission and the Ag Advisory Committee. And that had to do with the criteria for lands qualifying for prime. Hold on one second. There was a different recommendation from the Ag Advisory Committee on how much land could be dedicated to, I believe it was camping, for small scale camping. And the board decided to align with the Planning Commission's recommendation to make sure that there was alignment with actually the mitigation measure in the EIR. And they determined to follow the PC recommendation and did not modify criteria for the Actually, you know what? I'm getting this wrong. I'm sorry. Let me just make sure I have this right. Hold on one second. I believe the Planning Commission's recommendation was slightly different than what the mitigation measure was in the EIR regarding the area that could be disturbed and taken out of agriculture. And so the board ended up aligning with what the EIR language was. And I thought I had it here in my presentation. But it was slightly more restrictive than what the Planning Commission recommended. And I'm sorry, I can come back to you with more precise information on that. But yeah, I'm sorry, I just don't have that. I don't have that at the tip of my fingers here, but I can come back to it. But the last item had to do with small scale campgrounds and what would be permitted with small scale, what permit level would be required for small scale campgrounds. And let me open up that slide really quick here. And I'm actually going to share this slide as well so that the Planning Commission can see what ended up happening, because it was a little bit complicated.
That's an understatement.
Yeah. This. So.
It's okay.
I'm going to share here. All right, can you see the screen?
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. So there was, as I mentioned, a lot of concern in the 3rd District in particular about the potential conflicts that could be occurring between small scale campground activities and the Ag 1 zone district and some of the residential zone districts, because as you probably know, there's quite a large inter-rural area in the 3rd District. So on this table, we have the Planning Commission recommendation, which was on the left, and that was to require a zoning clearance for the low impact and then the small scale campgrounds. We developed an alternative that the board was almost decided to pull this piece out and send it back to the Planning Commission, but we were able to work out a compromise that everybody could support. And that compromise is we will keep a zoning clearance for the low impact campsites, regardless of where they are. We will keep a zoning clearance for the small scale campgrounds that do not abut an Ag 1 zone or a residential zone. So those that are further out from those inter-rural areas still have a zoning clearance. There will be a land use permit for small scale campgrounds that abut Ag 1 zones or residential zones for the campgrounds that are 100 to 200 acres with up to 20 sites, and greater than 200 up to 320 to 25 sites, and greater than 320 will require an LUP. But the board modified this and reduced the 100 to 200 acres to 15 sites. So we presented this alternative. They modified it. So 100 to 200 acres is up to 15 sites if you're abutting Ag 1 zone and a residential zone. And then beyond that, for the smaller properties, 40 to 100, if you're up to 15 sites and you abut an Ag 1 and residential zone, you require a minor CUP And then any site surrounded completely by Ag 1, and there really is only one, and that's Buttonwood, would require a minor CUP. So this is the new permit tier for the small scale campgrounds. I think this was kind of the biggest concern. And I think that was it. Commissioner Park, do you recall if there was anything else? I know you monitored it quite closely.
No, I think you've hit the high points. I do have some recollection, though, if it helps, on the matter involving the APAC recommendations being somewhat
Yes.
different than PC. Should I
Yeah.
tell you what,
Please.
relate what I remember on that?
Yeah.
So basically, this had to do with farm stays, and it had to do with the clustering of them around primary residence at a property, and that was the initial recommendation, and we changed that because many of us knew that so many ranches don't have any residents, or they'll have mini residences, and it's hard to pick which is the principal one, or the principal one might not be in at all an appropriate location to put the farm stays, given the topography in some cases. But the APAC essentially pointed out that under their rules, it needed to be clustered around something, the principal residence or another structure or infrastructure. It was infrastructure or structure. And staff noted that the EIR essentially described the project in that way, and so it was probably a good idea to follow the APAC recommendation, and that's what I believe that the board did. And I was first a little worried about that because I thought, well, it's not going to work because we don't have principal residences so often. But generally, there's a structure or some infrastructure that one of these that this farm stays can be tagged to, whether it's a barn or a corral or a well or something. Anyway, does that accord with your recollection, Director Plowman?
I think that is correct. But there was something about small scale campgrounds regarding that as well. But they ended up the Ag Advisory Committee was a little bit more strict than the mitigation measure. And so the board ended up following the mitigation measure that was in the EIR. And that is, I'll tell you which one it is. It's mitigation measure Ag 2. I think it was the only mitigation measure that we had for agriculture. But I can circle back just to give you the precise information. I was trying to bring up the EIR here, but we may be going on quite a bit and into great level of detail that we're not agendized for.
No, but this took so long to get there. I really appreciate that summary. And Director Plowman, can you advise us and maybe the public, where would we find the final ordinance then? Is that on you have a special, then you have a page for the Ag Enterprise Ordinance on the website?
So what we will do, actually, I was just going to look that up for you. See if I can locate it. Hold on a second. We do have a specific website that is for the Ag Enterprise Ordinance. It's under projects on our website. And then we will have the final ordinances up as soon as staff can finish them up. And people will be able to find it there.
Okay. Thank you. That might help the public too, because I know that's a lot of information. Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, this is for Director Plowman. I'd like to know, have you ever given thought to having workshops or informational meetings so that people in the ag community could become a little more familiar with the ordinance and particularly how to avail themselves of the advantages it offers?
I think we have not talked about that internally. We had talked about preparing materials for the public to give them guidance on it, but that's a good suggestion. To have some kind of workshop where we could reach out to the agricultural community. I'll talk further about that with the team. You guys may have, as commissioners, having worked with various members of the agricultural community, may have some recommendations on the best folks to reach out to or the locations where we might want to hold one. So I'm happy to coordinate with particularly Commissioner Reed and Commissioner Park on that, because I know you were quite involved. So I have brought up the mitigation measure that we were talking about, and it was tied to small scale campgrounds. So this is the mitigation measure read that small scale camping may be deemed compatible on contracted land provided certain criteria were met. And one of those was that the small scale campground on non-prime contracted land was limited to 3% of the premises or 2 acres. And then any development required for small scale campground on prime contracted land would be limited to 3% of the premises or 2 acres, whichever is less, provided that at least 50% of the premises is devoted to principal agricultural operation. And then the small scale campground facility is appropriately scaled and sited in a manner that does not interfere with the operation. So that is what the board ended up adopting. I think the Planning Commission's recommendation was went a little bit beyond this mitigation measure, and the Ag Advisory, the APAC was a little bit more strict, and so they ended up just following the mitigation measure. And I think that's it.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Commissioner Park, did you have another?
I just wanted to add that these points that Director Plowman went over, I think, very well in summary form, especially on the numbers for small-scale campgrounds. That took like a long time. And I personally spent a lot of time with Supervisor Hartman about this Saturday, Sunday, and Monday evening. So it was an important issue to various members there. I was impressed by the board. They worked very hard to have a consensus on this. So they went through everything and they developed a consensus on this. And that consensus was aided tremendously, in fact, only enabled at the end when during their half-hour lunch break, our staff worked up that last slide that Director Plowman showed. And it was good work. And the staff was greatly appreciated by the supervisors and by the folks out in the audience and milling in the hallways and so forth. We had a good showing there. It was, aside from Director Plowman, it was Alex Tuttle and David Lackey and Julie Harris. We had a lot of experience there, and they were very much appreciated. And I'd say the same thing on the Miramar, where we had Ms. Plowman and Travis Sewards and Joe Dargell and Willow Brown, all doing a very good job, making themselves available for the different things that came up with their Miramar. And again, there were comments from really everybody involved at how good our staff did. So it was good performance day by our Planning and Development Department, I think.
All under the December 31st deadline, yeah. Okay, thank you, Director Plowman. I'm not sure that we have any other questions, and I think we want to keep moving along. In fact, I think maybe it's time to take a quick break before we start with our next item on the agenda, which is the level to,
Madam Chair, sorry.
sorry, I keep on moving ahead.
No, it's good.
I
think
just
the,
have, I just wanted to report to the commission the future items at the board really quickly, if you don't mind.
Sure, yes.
So I wanted to let you know that the CRIMF, formerly CREF, is going to the board on February 2nd. We have the SB 9 and telecom ordinance amendments also going on, I'm sorry, February 4th. These are on February 4th. We have the outdoor lighting and signs and other miscellaneous amendments also on the 4th. So we have quite a bit going on. The other thing that you will probably be interested in is the workforce housing study that CSD has been working on as directed by the board. And that relates to the county's provision of workforce housing. And right now it's currently scheduled for the 11th of February. That could change. But I wanted to make sure you knew about that in advance if you wanted to pay attention to that or monitor the hearing on that. And that concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Plowman. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Well, I hope you got some sleep. Okay, so
Thank you.
thank you. Secretary Wilson, were you?
Madam
need the
Chair,
eye?
can we take like a 5-minute break? And then I see the party for the SB Can appeal of the Sentinel Peak
This
project
is true. I
here.
now have 3 speaker slips, I believe. If Janet Blevins didn't mark down, is Janet Blevins here for Sentinel? Okay, so,
So I'd recommend we bring that back up and then address the request for continuance and then move to the Strauss-Wind project.
okay, back to Plan A. Is that, I think that's probably fine with us. So okay, 2 3-minute break. Well, let's make it 3. And we'll come back and begin with the Sentinel number 2, taking up as number 1 now that everyone's here. Okay, thank you. What?
We're not on air. There you go.
Who cares about the TV? All right, thank you for rejoining us. We're going to begin again with item number 2, taken first because it will be shorter. And Mr. Villalobos, can you read that into the record, please?
Madam Chair, I already did.
Okay. Well, so just reminding of me and the rest of the people in the room that were on the Sentinel appeal by SPCAN, and this is a request for a continuance. So I do have 3 speaker slips that requested to speak on this, and I'm just going to remind you, this is really only about the request to continue the item to February 12th, correct? Do I have that date right? That's right. Yeah. February 12th, there it is. Okay, so, and does any commissioner have a disclosure on this item? Did we do this already?
We did ex parte
Wow,
earlier, but
yeah, thank you. Okay, I'm sorry. Never mind. We're going to go to the staff's presentation we already had, and we're going to go to public comment, correct?
Madam Chair, were we going to give the opportunity for the applicant and appellant to, if they're longer?
Okay. Just as a footnote, I found out that I had to chair this meeting yesterday at maybe 3 o'clock, so I'm normally better prepared. So,
Madam Chair, just for procedural, we already gave both the appellant and applicant time to speak. So if the chair wants to provide more time, then the recommendation is that you make sure that there's equal time for both parties. But both parties already had the opportunity to present on the continuance.
actually, I'm going to push back on that a little bit because I think it was during the discussion of how we were going to keep it on the agenda 1 and 2. So now we're on item 2 officially.
So Chair, just the recommendation is give equal time to both parties to talk about the continuance. We can start with the appellant and then the applicant and then public comment. But again, this is about the request for continuance, not the project itself.
Okay, good reminder. So, Mr. Huff, let's try to do it in 3 minutes. This is pretty focused. Just the continuance. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair Bradley again, and thank you for your indulgence, commissioners. So I'm Ken Huff. I'm co-executive director with SPCAN, the appellant. And so, as I said earlier, we support the continuance to February 12th and will be available at that time. This will be the 3rd continuation of this item. The first one on August 14th was to allow time for preparation of an adaptive management plan, among some other information. This latest request is to allow time for the applicant to refine that plan that was presented in the staff report. You're in receipt of SPCAN's December 9 letter. I'll just summarize and add a little bit more context. In March of 2022, the Board of Supervisors' final action regarding the ExxonMobil interim trucking permit stated, the production of local oil may have advantages over foreign oil. However, the transportation by truck is not the appropriate way to transport it based on the environmental and safety impacts to the county. That board action was in response to ExxonMobil's appeal of the decision by your commission to deny the permit, which based on the risks associated with trucking crude oil, hundreds of miles on roads and highways. So the proposal that's before you is whether to grant a permit for a truck rack that would allow trucking of crude oil hundreds of miles on roads and highways.
Right, but I'm sorry, Mr. Huff, today's action is just on whether we're moving it to February 12th. So if we can just keep that simple, I'd appreciate it. You stated that you were able to attend on February 12th, and all the other material regarding your arguments, which I'm very much looking forward to reviewing, should really wait till February 12th. Can we do that?
We could do that. If I could just conclude by saying the reason we support the continuance is because it would allow time for the staff to prepare findings for denial, which we encourage you to direct be prepared today. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. Next speaker is Mary Ellen Brooks. Thank you, Ms. Brooks, and I'm going to give you your name and your representation, and also the same reminder to keep it just on the continuance motion.
Okay, I'll try, and if I'm going off, then you could let me know.
I'm here. Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Mary Ellen Brooks, and I'm here representing Citizens Planning Association, and Citizens Planning Association supports SB Can in this appeal. We do support a continuance of this item until the February date. A continuance will allow for more information to be included, and what I'm going to give to you now is strictly facts. It has nothing to do with opinion one way or the other. These are some new information, new things that have happened since the August hearing. So this is, we have had 6 fatalities on the roads coming from Highway 1 and the Sentinel plant. And I'm just going to relate these incidents that happened. 3 weeks ago, there was a fatal accident.
Don't really want to go there. I don't really want to go there. I mean, I've been really clear. You can make the February 12th meeting. All of this information is going to be much better for me personally and the commission if we wait until February 12th, because you can tell it to me today. We're using minutes that we have to do with other things, so I'd rather just hear your conclusion about why February 12th is okay or not.
Okay, I'll go right to the last sentence then. We think a continuance will allow you to receive much more detailed accounting, and we hope that you will make another visit to the area, to the site visit, and we'll see you in February. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. All right, our last speaker on the item is Janet Blevins.
Thank you, Commissioners. I would like to start by saying that I travel Harris Grade Road regularly. It is the way that I normally travel to Santa Maria, so I know all about this road.
And we're just considering the continuance date.
I support a continuance of this hearing until February. A continuance will allow for more information to go out to the public. The idea that this is a mitigated negative declaration is ridiculous. There is very little about the truck route for 100,000 trucks over 50 years. That's what this project is about. The commission asked for an adaptive mitigation plan. A continuance will help us learn even what that is. What is an adaptive continuation plan? We'll find out in February.
Thank you.
A continuance should allow for an updated traffic analysis, and the state is also looking at engineering improvements with at least one intersection on the route, the intersection with Santa Lucia Canyon. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else online?
If anyone would like to speak on this item, go ahead and raise your hand now, and I'll call on you. Again, for our telephone speaker, it's *9 to raise your hand. And not seeing any hands.
Okay, good. Then we will close the public comment portion of.
Madam Chair, sorry, yes. Just make sure the applicant doesn't have any further comments.
Okay, next up. So closing the public comment portion of the hearing, and then ask for the applicant to have any comments on items raised during the public hearing. You don't have to do that, or does the applicant have anything else to add at this point? Looks like not. Not seeing any hands, not seeing any hands raised. Okay, then we will go to anything from staff on the continuance. I doubt it. Okay, so it's back to the commission. And we had a motion, maybe we can read that back into the record. Oh, I'm sorry. Commissioner Park.
For some reason that none of us understand, this one project sticks out through the 4th district and is included in the 3rd district. And so therefore, I'm speaking first. And I support the continuance for reasons of my own. I want to dig into this more. And and it appears that everybody who's spoken on this kind of complicated continuance matter has supported it anyway. I know it was sort of awkward, these presentations, but I do appreciate having heard them to highlight some of the issues that we'll be looking at. So there you go. A move that we continue this matter to February 12.
Okay, Commissioner Reed?
Yes, with respect to the continuance, I fully support that. I actually, in my conversation I had with Patty Cook at Sentinel Peak on the 2nd of December, due to the fact they'd had there's been a couple of serious accidents on Harris Grade Road, including a horrible one in which a drunk driver trying to avoid the police hit an oak tree and his one infant and one toddler daughter was killed. I just felt at that time that might make it a lot more, somewhat more difficult to get an adequate hearing on this early date. So I had suggested at that time that they may think about asking for a continuance. Shortly after, though, I read what they had provided as their adaptive management plan when I received our regular meeting materials, and that at that time it really cemented my feelings that a continuation would be warranted, since I felt that adaptive management plan bore little resemblance to what we had spoken about in our prior hearing, where we had directed them to do so. So I would hope during this interim that plan can be refined and developed to be a more accurate reflection of what we had recommended in our earlier meeting. So I would, due to that, be fully prepared to, second Commissioner Park's motion.
Terrific. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Do we need to do a roll call?
We certainly can. Commissioner Cooney?
Aye.
Commissioner Park?
Aye.
Commissioner Reed?
Aye.
And Chair Bradley?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
I know I skipped over deliberation on the motion, but I had a feeling we all got that out of our system, so. Okay. So we are going to move along to what was on the agenda as item number 1, but we're taking now, and that's the Level 2 Bird and Bat Adaptive Management Plan for the Strauss Wind Energy Project. Mr. Villalobos, please read that officially.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The following is a hearing to consider a report on the Strauss Wind Energy Project Bird and Bat Adaptive Management Plan and proposed revisions to the plan in accordance with condition of approval case number 42 for conditional use permit case number 16 CUP 31.
Thank you. And does any commissioner have communication disclosures? Product disclosures? Mr. Reed.
Well, I did have a discussion just this morning with the Strauss Wind Group prior to the meeting.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
And I spoke over the telephone with Gordon McNougal last evening.
Okay. Okay, with that, we start out with staff's presentation. I understand we still have Ms. Ibarra in the cloud.
Yep, I'm still here in the cloud.
Thank you.
Okay, and I see that the presentation is up, so I'll start. So the item before the commission now is a report on the Bird and Bat Adaptive Management Plan for the existing Strauss Wind Energy Project. As you guys know, I'm the compliance planner for the project, Jacqueline Ibarra, and Deputy Director Aaron Briggs is in the hearing room, as well as our contract biologist, Mr. John Storer, to help with any questions or support. Next slide. So the request of the commission for this item is to 1, hear a report on the Strauss Bird and Bat Adaptive Management Plan, or AMP, and pardon, Commissioner Park, you're going to also hear a lot of acronyms this round. So 42, consider and direct staff on the consider and direct staff and the Strauss operator to revise the project's bird and bat conservation strategy, or BBCS, and AMP to incorporate recommended adaptive management responses. And I'll explain what all of that means in upcoming slides. And this is all in compliance with condition 42 of Strauss's conditional use permit, as well as ongoing compliance requirements. Next slide. This slide shows the SWEP location. The wind turbine site is located near San Miguelito Canyon Road and Sudden Road, southwest of Lompoc, shown here in the graphic shaded and outlined in black. And there's also a transmission line that runs from the turbine site northeast over to Lompoc, and that is shown here in yellow. And this is in the 3rd district. Next slide. So as I mentioned before, the item is before the commission today as required by condition 42 of Strauss's existing CUP. The condition, among other things, requires planning and development to submit a report to the commission once the SWEP triggers certain bird and bat mortality thresholds. So this report and presentation serves to describe the nature of impacts to birds and bats from the existing project. It serves to describe the status of the adaptive management plan, as well as recommended responses to address impacts going forward. Next slide. A little bit of background on the Strauss Wind Energy Project. It's a commercial scale wind project approved by the board in 2019. It allows for the construction and operation of 27 wind turbines and associated infrastructure. It's located on over 5,000 acres along coastal ridges of the San Ynez Mountains and supports a variety of habitats, topography, and plant and wildlife species. The final supplemental environmental impact report certified for the project determined that birds and bats could be killed or injured during project operations, and that was found to be a significant and unavoidable impact under CEQA. So various mitigation measures were adopted to try and reduce the severity of that impact, and one of them was to develop and implement an adaptive management plan when bird and bat mortalities reached specific thresholds. Next slide. So this slide shows details on the AMP itself. The AMP is part of the overall bird and bat conservation strategy for the project. The AMP specifically defines mortality thresholds for both common and special status bird and bat species. And it describes potential responses the operator can take to reduce those fatalities. Actions are required if fatalities reach these thresholds in any consecutive 12 months of operations, which the operator has reached, and it's why we're here today. So the table below shows you the specific thresholds that have been adopted for the project. The first column on the left-hand side shows different categories of birds and bats. It includes state and federally listed or fully protected species. The second row shows non-listed sensitive species, and then raptors without a designated conservation status, and then finally non-sensitive or common species. The middle column shows what's required under a level 1 response. That's when fatalities in any of those categories meet these numbers shown. And the required response includes notifying the county and increasing carcass searches in certain areas. The last column, the one on the right-hand side, shows what's required for a level 2 response. This is for when fatalities meet higher thresholds shown here. And the required responses include notifying the county, reporting to the Planning Commission, and implementing measures to reduce fatality. Next slide. This shows you the project impacts to birds and bats to date through the beginning of operations in November of 2023 to the end of September of 2024. So carcass searches that are required, they're currently being conducted at about half of the turbines twice a month. and along the transmission line every 7 to 21 days, depending on the season. In this time frame, from November of last year to September of this year, there's been a total of 47 documented fatalities, and that consists of 31 birds and 16 bats. Fatalities have been most frequent at the turbine site, the majority occurring on the North String, which is shown in orange on the graphic, followed by the West String, shown in blue, the East String, shown in purple, and they have been least frequent along the transmission line. Most fatalities have been to common birds and bats, followed by a few CDFW watch list species. That's a subtype of non-listed sensitive species. And then some raptors without a designated conservation status, and the least amount of fatalities have occurred to listed or fully protected species. Again, data is only through September of this year. Data from October through the end of the year is currently being collected. Next slide. Okay, this one shows you the status of the adaptive management plan in relation to mortality counts to date. This figure shows mortalities and responses under level 1 of the AMP. So here, the middle column shows that level 1 of the plan was first met in February, and that was for 2 fatalities of non-listed sensitive species. Level 1 was also met in March for the fatality of 1 fully protected species, a golden eagle, and it was also met in April for 3 fatalities of raptors without a designated conservation status. The last column shows the operator's response to these fatalities, which did all include notifying the county once the thresholds were met. Also, for the golden eagle fatality, the operator conducted an investigation into the possible cause of death. Unfortunately, that investigation was inconclusive, and there's a report attached to your staff report if you want to read more. Also, as the level 1 response, the operator increased carcass searches from bi-monthly to every 3 to 4 days at select turbines from March to April. Next slide. Okay, this slide shows mortalities and responses under level 2 of the AMP. So level 2 was first met in April for 3 or more fatalities of non-listed sensitive species, and again in July for 5 or more fatalities of raptors without a conservation status. So once mortalities hit level 2, the AMP describes potential responses that the operator can take. And those responses include habitat modifications, project modifications, selective curtailment, and restrictions on the turbines at low wind speeds. The AMP specifies that the operator should work together with planning and development and in consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and CDFW to come up with more detailed specific responses. So the last column shows both operator proposed measures, those are shown in red, as well as P&D proposed measures. Those are shown in purple, and I'll go over these in the next few slides. Next slide. Okay, we'll start with operator proposed measures, and I know that Baywa will go into this in more detail as well. So the first would be to modify the schedule for the carcass surveys. So the current survey schedule is to survey about half the turbines twice a month. The operator is proposing to keep that baseline schedule and then also add surveys for the remaining half of the turbines once a month. So this would meet the objective of both county and U.S. Fish and Wildlife requirements, and staff does support this measure. Just to note, there has been talk about increasing the frequency of surveys to every 3 to 4 days. That's what they did in response to level 1 back in March and April. However, we agree there's not enough data yet to determine what frequency should be set, but possible future schedules could incorporate more frequent surveys, more than this twice a month, once a month that is currently being proposed. Next slide. Okay, the second operator proposed measure would be to install bird guard auditory transmitters, and this is with the aim of deterring mostly raptors from colliding with the turbines. So information we received from the operator indicates that the transmitters would emit sounds about every 15 to 30 seconds. The sounds would be different tones, but would be the noise equivalent to a commercial alarm or ambulance siren, so pretty loud. The operator is proposing to install a total of 5 transmitters at certain turbines, and these are where Raptor fatalities have been the more prominent. And each transmitter would cover about a 1,200-foot radius. Based on these proposed locations, it looks like the closest transmitter would be a little over 2,000 feet from the closest residential neighbor. And then to note, if the operator were to pursue this measure, the installation of the transmitters would be considered a project modification, and that would require a post-approval permit, revision, or amendment, and that would undergo normal county processing and environmental review. So we looked at this based on what the operator provided us, and staff has some preliminary concerns with the measure, largely because it seems like these auditory-only deterrents haven't been used at wind farms before. It would be completely experimental. There are kinds at other wind farms that have a camera incorporated, so it emits a sound when birds are detected and within a certain radius. However, it's our understanding that the bird guard is just auditory only and would just sound off at those 15 to 30 second intervals. The deterrents may also have unintended effects on neighboring residents, on-site personnel, or other wildlife species due to that constant noise. It may conflict with the operator's noise control plan, which is a required condition of approval. And then lastly, we did run this potential measure by U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to get their initial take. And they also had some preliminary concerns regarding potential impacts to wildlife on the site. Next slide. Okay, so getting into P&D proposed measures. So before I get into this slide, I just wanted to let everyone know we spoke with our biological consultant and compliance monitor for the project, John Storer. We also spoke with Audubon Society. We spoke with U.S. Fish and Wildlife to all try to come up with some additional proposed measures to reduce fatalities. And so first, we're recommending that the operator conduct an Identiflight performance evaluation. This would be tailored to Golden Eagles because if you guys remember, the Identiflight system currently in place just tracks and curtails for Golden Eagle movement. And it would be a direct response to the fatality we saw in March. Again, the operator did investigate that eagle death, but we didn't find the report provided much detail about the performance of the units. So we'd like to see an evaluation that discussed the curtailment rate, if there are any blind spots or areas of partial coverage, and any locations of these Identiflight units that should be changed or added. This evaluation would be conducted by the operator with a report likely submitted to P&D, and no formal permit revision would be required. Second, as part 1B to this, we're recommending that Identiflight units be programmed to identify and curtail for both red-tailed hawks and turkey vultures. These are some of the most dominant avian species in the region and documented on site, and both are protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act, so technically take of the species is against the law. We did speak with Identiflight, and they confirmed that their technology is already capable of identifying and curtailing for turkey vultures, and that it can be easily programmed to do the same for red-tailed hawks. This additional programming would not require a formal permit revision. The programming itself could be a low cost to the operator to implement. However, we do understand that the operator has concerns about additional curtailments that this could cause, which in turn may lower production and loss of revenue. Next slide. Okay, our next recommendation is for the operator to conduct a cost feasibility study for painting single turbine blades black, which would make the rotational zone of the turbines more visual to birds and it's a promising experimental technology currently being run in the industry. So for example, there are some existing studies that have shown this approach can reduce avian collisions by over 70%, with raptors experiencing the largest drop in fatalities. We also understand the operator has concerns with this measure, as painting the blades may cause damage and void their warranty. However, staff still recommends that a feasibility study be conducted to see if the measure could still be successful. If ever implemented, it would require a post-approval permit change, and the cost, it would also cost the operator both to prepare the feasibility study and, of course, to implement the change. Next slide. Third, we're recommending that the operator conduct Golden Eagle productivity monitoring, which is a type of tailored monitoring to record specific eagle behaviors. So monitoring would be required for nests within 1 mile of the site and only during the breeding season. The data would be used to provide real-time information on eagles that are known to be in the project vicinity and could help inform future responses to reduce fatalities. The monitoring would not require a formal permit revision, but it would be an additional cost to the operator. And again, this would be tailored specific to golden eagles, which are still in level 1 of the AMP for mortalities to fully protected species. Next slide. Okay, fourth, we're recommending that a comprehensive outline, including a methodology, be prepared to kick off a required before-after control impact study, or BACI study. So this study is required already by condition 39 of the CUP. However, it doesn't have a specified timeline to implement it. The purpose of the BACI study is to collect data, compare pre and post-construction use at the site, assess project impacts on birds and bats, and help determine if any additional mitigation is needed. So the operator is currently collecting some limited bird counts for the study, but nothing else has really been implemented yet. So we're requesting that an outline be submitted by the end of March of 2025, so we can kick off this study, especially now that we have a year's worth of operational data. The outline itself will not require a formal permit revision, and there would be no added cost to the operator because they are already required to do so under their existing permit conditions. Next slide. And lastly, we're recommending that the operator provide compensatory mitigation for raptor fatalities and non-listed sensitive species fatalities just for their first 5 operational years. So the operator is already on the hook to provide compensatory mitigation for eagle take. That's through its incidental take permit with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, separate from any county requirements. And those funding requirements are listed in the arrows below. However, there's nothing that requires the operator to provide compensatory mitigation for other species outside of golden eagles or bald eagles. So we're recommending that they also provide funding to a county-approved and local wildlife and raptor rehabilitation center. That would be for the monetary amounts shown in the bullets below. This type of mitigation wouldn't require a formal permit revision, but it would require additional costs to the operator as described above. Next slide. This slide shows a summary of all the measures I just discussed. I thought it would be helpful to put it up for your commission during questions and deliberations. So it lists the measure, a short description, whether or not permitting would be required, our estimated costs that the operator would incur, and then staff's recommendation on implementation. So feel free to refer back to this one. Next slide. I also wanted to include a quick slide on measures that were considered by the operator, but not included as part of these proposed AMP responses. So these are described in more details in your staff report, but I just wanted to note here that staff agrees with the majority of them, minus the feasibility of painting the turbine blades black, which I discussed in a previous slide. Next slide. For any response that is implemented, the operator is required to conduct an effectiveness evaluation to determine the success of the measure. So, for example, if future fatalities exceed those that occurred in year one, the measures could be reviewed, more may be added or considered. Any implemented measure could also be reversed or discontinued or modified somehow if it shows little to no reduction in bird and bat fatalities, or if anything leads to unintended adverse consequences. And finally, the bird and bat conservation strategy and AMP may also be revised to implement any new possible measures with new technology that may come up over time. Next slide. For environmental review, the hearing of this report is not considered a project. So CEQA section 15378 exempts administrative actions of the government that don't result in any direct or indirect physical changes. So a notice of exemption is included in your staff report. However, as I mentioned before, if there are any project modifications that come out of this hearing, those would require a formal permit revision. So the operator would then apply for a post-approval change to their CUP, and projects would be reviewed for consistency with county code and with CEQA. Next slide. So in conclusion, staff recommends that the commission, 1, receive and file this report in accordance with condition 42 of Strauss's conditional use permit. 2, determine that receiving and filing this report is not a project pursuant to CEQA. And 3, direct revisions to the existing bird and bat conservation strategy and adaptive management plan to incorporate recommended adaptive management responses as necessary. Next slide. And that's it. That concludes staff's presentation. And Aaron, John, and I are happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ibarra. Planning Commissioners' questions. Commissioner Park.
Yes, and thank you for this report. I think we should all recognize, I think this is the first time we've done something like this. The Planning Commission had a public hearing on the results of information received under an adaptive management plan. And it's a lot of information, but just for now, I want to focus on a couple of things. Could you go back to slide 7, please? And on slide 7, it shows the locations of the various wind towers, right? That's what's on the graphic. I can't quite make out some of the things, or is there a identification of each tower there, like N7 and things like that?
Yeah, Commissioner Park through the chair. Oh, sorry, Aaron. Yes, there is Commissioner Park through the chair. The graphic is a little hard to see, but there are white dots for each of the turbine locations, and then I've circled what we call the different strings in those different colors.
Okay, and to me that's very helpful because I've been out on the site a couple of times and watched Identiflight at work, and I think there's one of them that's much closer to a grove of trees that I've seen birds, eagles, fly out of the trees and shut down the tower. And I think that's N7, but I'm not sure. And I think N7 is in the whereabouts where that golden eagle carcass was found. So that kind of fits with my observations. What I'm wondering is, do you have a map that shows the distribution of all the fatalities of the different species superimposed over the locations of the towers? we have
Commissioner
that?
Park, through the chair, we don't have a map that superimposes that. We have a table in the staff report that lists all the fatalities in each turbine location, but we don't have a map that shows the locations graphically.
Okay. Well, so a map like that could be relatively easily prepared, I would think. And here's a question for you and probably for Mr. Storer. Do we have any lessons from this data as to the distribution of these fatalities over the wind towers? Are we having particular wind towers that are showing problems? And I'm, like I said earlier, I'm familiar with the golden eagles. I'm not at all familiar with the fatalities for horned larks, sharp-shinned hawks, red-tailed hawks, turkey buzzards, where they're occurring.
Commissioner Park, yes, we do have the locations of where each carcass was found. So keep in mind that the facility has really only been in operation for a little over a year.
Right.
So the data are somewhat limited at this point to try to determine whether there are any patterns.
Gotcha.
You mentioned N7, and you're right in your placement of that particular turbine. It is proximate to a ridge line, a forested ridge line, where golden eagles have used repeatedly and frequently to forage, and it's also proximate to where they have been recorded nesting in the past.
Okay. And so we've got that bit of information on N7 and golden eagles. Do we have a similar kind of a feeling about other locations and other species?
There are a
this
couple of
time?
turbines. My recollection, Commissioner Park, is that there are a couple of turbines that have had more than one fatality. The staff report shows respective breakout for the west, north, and east turbine strings, with the north turbine string being having the highest, and the west being in the middle, and then the east being the lowest. But again, with 47 incidents combining birds and bats, it's still a little bit premature to say there are particular patterns that you could identify.
Could you stay there so I could ask a couple other questions? I think
sure.
Most likely go to you if you don't mind. I'll tell you flat out, generally in these kinds of things, I look for is there a real key issue? And here, I think a real key issue in all of this and with the recommendations of staff is the one about reprogramming Identiflight to not just pick up golden eagles, but now to possibly curtail operations, shut down wind towers for red-tailed hawks and other species, which are far more common, meaning the loss might not be so major, but also they're more likely to shut down wind towers. So that's why I'm asking some of these questions. So here's my next question. I've known you a long time, but I don't have the experience you do. But one thing I recall with regard to the COVID pandemic was we were trying to judge what are the death rates, and people would use the term expected death rates, meaning we'd look at a population of 300 million and say, well, these are the deaths we would expect, non-COVID, and then when we add in all the other deaths, then how many can we contribute to COVID? And there's a lot of argument about that. I've run into that in particular. I developed for the sport I'm involved in, endurance racing on horseback, a policy on reporting horse deaths, something like 25 years ago. So we look at every horse death in that sport, and we try to look at what would be the expected deaths from somebody just taking a joyride on their cowboy horse, as opposed to somebody racing 50 miles. And that's, I'm not sure what the terms are, but do you have something like predicted or expected death information for red-tailed hawks, for example, if we shut off all these wind towers and put the cows back out there? We're still going to have some deaths, and we're still going to have, and we'll find those carcasses. Whether they really have anything to do with the towers or not, I don't know. Do you have that information? Do we have that information?
Commissioner Park, we don't have that information at the present time, but I think that's the underlying purpose of the before-after control impact study. So there's a large body of information that's been gathered about avian use of the project site dating back to the CEQA process. So that includes these, what I would call Raptor point count surveys that have been done at intervals of twice monthly and now monthly. Those are surveys that have been done from 5 predetermined observation points on the property since dating back, I think, since 2015 and are still ongoing. Now, there's some data are somewhat limited because it's directed towards large birds. It doesn't include songbirds and other species. There were point count surveys that were more encompassing that were done during the CEQA process with regard to all species of birds. So they were similar in methodology, but more encompassing with regard to species and number of locations. So all of that gives you baseline data of avian use of the site before operations, before construction. The only surveys that have been continued since that time are these Raptor point count surveys. So the before-after impact study requires that an analysis be done of bird use during operations. So I think what you would do is you would continue the Raptor point count surveys, do a more robust survey and assessment evaluation of current use of the site, compare those data, and then it would be possible, I would imagine, to do a projection of the point you're trying to get at is how many red-tailed hawks, for example, would you expect over the remaining 28 or 29-year lifespan of the project? But you would need that body of information to make those kind of comparisons.
Let me dig into that just a little bit. So we have those point count studies that'll give us a pretty good idea of the background population of, let's pick red tails, over the years. If counts went down, it might be because of deaths, or it might be because of changes in habitat or where the prey is and the birds are moving on to somewhere else. So do we, aside from the counts of the live birds over time, do we have counts of dead birds, looking for carcasses?
We do within a certain radius of each turbine. So that's the carcass searches that are done at present. Ms. Ibarra explained how frequently those are, but basically twice monthly.
But you don't have that going back in time to...
No, those were begun upon initiation of operations in November of last year.
Well, can we say right now, we can say we have some evidence of red-tail deaths. I'm just picking red tails by way of example, and I think it was 2 of them over the last year. But do we have data that we can compare to it and say there would have been that X many deaths anyway of red tails? Or do we have that?
Commissioner Park, I don't think we have enough information to reliably point to any cause of death other than the turbines. As you're suggesting, there are natural processes and factors that will result in hawks either dying or moving on to other territories. But we don't have that kind of information for this particular project site.
A concern of mine, and that'll lead to my next question, is if we reprogram Identiflight, staff has pointed out that that's probably inexpensive to do the reprogramming. My concern, and I would hope that Strauss shares this concern, is if reprogramming to include turkey vultures and red tails may lead to a lot more shutdowns. Okay, and we don't know how many, and shutting down those towers is a cost both to the ultimate users of the power. It's less power available at critical times, and it would have a really strong financial impact on Strauss, and we don't really have a way to judge it right now. Do we have as a result of this recommendation by staff to reprogram to include turkey vultures and red tails, do we have a prediction of what additional off time that would result in? I mean, they have historical data as to what percentage of time they've had to turn off towers, okay? But if we're going to do more of that, do we have a prediction of how much more that will result?
Well, Commissioner Park, I mean, it's reasonable to think that if you expand the list of target species, you're going to increase the number of curtailment, the frequency for curtailment. The county doesn't have that information. In the applicant's letter in response to the staff report, they have an estimate of what the I don't know about economic costs, but the number of megawatt hours that would be lost due to this increase in anticipated frequency of curtailment. And maybe when they get their opportunity to speak, they could dive further into that and substantiate where they came up with that estimate.
But if you were doing that, you'd want to be able to judge the density of turkey vultures and red tails at that site compared to golden eagles, and you'd want to judge the likelihood that they will be identified. I'll tell you, I spent about 60 days out in the field this year. I do put on these endurance rides, some on these large ranches, and I see red tail carcasses all over the place. I see red tails all over the place. I actually had a red tail almost drop a snake on me the last time I was out there. They're just everywhere. And I see at least 300 red tails for every golden eagle I see. So I just wonder about if there's that kind of density on that site. They may never operate those towers again. I don't know.
Well, Commissioner Park, you're entirely right. There are a lot more turkey vultures, especially on a seasonal basis, and red-tailed hawks than there are golden eagles. Keep in mind that there were basically one pair of golden eagles that were resident. That's based on about 7 years worth of data. And I don't know exactly what to speculate. There are probably 3 or 4 pair of red-tailed hawks that are resident within that project area. Again, turkey vultures are nesting somewhere else, but they're there on a seasonal basis, and they're seen frequently. And they also are in flocks, right? So they're more conspicuous.
Yeah. That's all the questions I have for now. It's always great seeing you, Mr. Storer, so thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Commissioner Reed.
Sure. Yeah, I have a number of questions. First, if you look at the table you referenced in terms of bird and bat fatalities, it's pretty clear that N1 and N8 are the turbines with the greatest number of animals killed, bats and birds. Any particular reason for that you're aware of? That's their sighting?
Only speculation, and it's probably, at least in my opinion, it's probably the context. Those turbines are located along a ridgeline that is attractive to birds for many respects. There's also a stand of tan oak that runs along that ridgeline, so there's habitat diversity there. But again, Commissioner, the data are fairly limited at this point, very limited at this point, to try and draw those kinds of conclusions. Eventually, that should be possible, though.
Right. Well, I noticed N1 seems to have nailed a lot of Mexican free-tailed bats. I was wondering if there's a cave or some other area where their colony might be located near there.
That's a reasonable speculation, for sure, yeah.
Commissioner,
There are 5 bat deterrents that have been installed on individual turbines. And those were situated based on survey data that was gathered during the CEQA process, sonar surveys for bats, where there were concentrations of appropriate habitat and where sightings were most common. So yeah, I think the point you're getting at is that it's probably a context thing and habitat association.
Okay, second item I have, this comes from the staff report. Page 9, in terms of slide 9, the level 2 requirements, the adaptive measures, they note habitat modifications, and it's mentioned again, though, on slide 18 as one of the measures that were considered but not included because it requires additional disturbance And this whole area is in some sort of a preserve or reserve, which really constrains those sort of things. Is that?
Yeah, Commissioner Reed, yeah, you're getting right to the point, which is there are, as we've learned through the process, there are endangered plants, special status wildlife species, and very diverse habitat associations up there that modifying habitat for the purpose of addressing one singular issue would likely have more impacts than benefits.
Yeah, and I was also, one of the things that brought that to my attention is one of the photos I noticed that's going to be included in the applicant's presentation had a ground squirrel sitting up there looking around. And, you know, those are raptor magnets, but evidently there's no way to control ground squirrels afforded by the fact that this isn't a preserve. Is that's also correct?
No, you're right. And the ground squirrels also provide habitat for burrowing owls, which is another sensitive species that's up there, and other species as well.
So that's just another confounding.
Just another confounding element, yeah.
Now, I have a question specifically with respect to the surveys. Now, these surveys, who conducts those?
The surveys, the carcass search surveys, are done by a contractor to the operator. And these folks have a lot of experience. It's basically what this particular company does is these types of protocol surveys for wind farms and solar facilities.
And when they conduct those surveys, what methodology do they use? Do they use a grid pattern?
Yeah,
Okay.
essentially, yes. Mm-hmm.
So they do have a grid. So when they do a survey near a tower, it's pretty assured they have covered all of the relevant surface area.
The survey methodology is well established and fairly detailed, and it's consistent from one survey to the next, which is what you want, consistencies for comparing data. So yeah, the survey protocol methodology is very well established and thought through.
Okay, so it's valid. And I have some other questions which may come up, and in particular with staff's recommendations on the frequency of surveys around each tower. Because just at first take, what you also agrees, I think, with Audubon's comment and staff's comment. At first take, I would feel more comfortable if the frequency was increased, but I believe that is reflected in the adaptation of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife recommendations that have been mentioned here, so that every tower is inspected once a month, at least, and then several others are twice a month or every other month. What is that?
Commissioner Reed, you're right. The survey frequency is increased. It's triggered at level 1.
Okay.
So it's embodied in the adaptive management plan. Increased survey frequency was also recommended by the Fish and Wildlife Service when the eagle fatality occurred in March of last year.
Okay.
So the survey frequency has been increased, and that is obviously going to result in more data, more incidents of fatality and a larger body of data to try and draw these sorts of conclusions about patterns or trends that you're trying to get at.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And then this one's for Mr. Briggs. I notice in this whole thing, there's a discussion about, the mitigation measures and the taking the turbines out of service if an eagle flies by and it's shut down, and the effects in terms of income to Strauss Wind. In all your experience over the many years with oil projects, and the county recommends mitigation measures, have they ever considered cost to the operator?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Reed, we oftentimes indirectly consider impacts to operators, whether it be this project or an oil and gas operator. Rarely do issues present themselves that so clearly connect the dots between curtailment of a wind turbine and the loss of revenue. This particular example is just very direct and very clear. But to be honest, to answer your question, we often do think about impacts to oil and gas operators when we're applying certain mitigation measures, yes.
Okay, thank you. Well, because my view is, in reality, we need all forms of energy production. I mean, everyone has unique benefits, but none is without environmental consequence. And I just like to see it's an even playing field across all the different methodologies. I mean, I remember back decades ago when we were looking at my little weekly reader in elementary school, and they're talking about solar and wind and what it can offer. This is like back in the 60s before it's here, and it seemed like a great thing. So it's good to see it actually proving out. But I would expect in terms of the regulatory things, you hold all different forums accountable and to kind of do the same yardstick.
Yeah.
So I appreciate your comment.
Yeah, and I appreciate the question. I mean, you won't see that particular issue come out in our written work, but it's certainly something that we're considering when we're at our desks doing the actual analysis.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Commissioner Reed. I had a couple of questions too, and let's just start with your PowerPoint slides. What is a cut-in? It's on page 18. What's a cut-in? What's a cut-in? It might be
Cutting
some.
is in cut-in speed?
What does that mean?
Is that what the reference is?
That's where it was, yeah.
Yeah, that's a question that would probably be better explained by the operator, but my understanding is that it's the speed at which the turbines engage at maximum speed. Wind speed, yeah. And it's most relevant to bat fatalities rather than birds.
Okay.
But that would be a good follow-up question for the operators, engineers.
All righty. And then on the staff report, again, kudos to Ms. Ibarra, because I thought this was really well done. Give me a minute. Under the level 2 discussion on the top of page 12, the audible warning system, can someone, and the painting, can someone tell me more about other examples in the world where those have been implemented? And maybe this is something that the applicant needs to address. That's fine if staff wants to tell me that the painting efficacy of the turbine blades and also the alarm system, for lack of a better term. I'm interested in hearing more about how those have been implemented in other wind farms and what the efficacy is and how old that technology is, because I'm starting to struggle with the fact that we're speculating on what this is going to be like, and I'm not sure that it's been in operation long enough to be certain about that. So do either one of you want to answer that, or should I ask the applicant?
Commissioner Bradley, I'd be happy to take a swing at that one, but from what I know about it, reading online and gathering information about this particular technology that's being proposed, but I think the applicant could more accurately and more comprehensively, address that question about where it's used elsewhere, how proven the technology is, how they came to the decision that this was, an effective measure.
Okay. All right. And then another question that I had in a couple of different areas. We know that there were multiple state and federal permits required for this case beyond the county of Santa Barbara. So when we talk about some of these recommended measures, either mostly by staff's recommendation, how has staff looked at how it weaves in with what CDFW, U.S. Fish and Wildlife, all the other agencies have already required, and the applicant's compliance with those other permits? Sorry, should have given you the heads up about that one yesterday.
I'll take a swing at that one if you want to. Well, that's a good question. There are going to be obviously overlapping regulations. A lot of the information, a lot of the requirements that are embodied in the conditional use permit are drawn from federal recommendations, I would say, rather than strict permit requirements. The permit requirement is with the incidental take permit, and it's specific to eagles.
Okay.
And that has measures that are definitely overlapping with the counties. But a lot of what you'll read in the relevant conditions 38 through 42 are drawn from not necessarily boilerplate, but other requirements that are recommended by both federal and state agencies with respect to bird and bat fatality, specifically at wind farms.
Okay. Okay, I think that might be it. Let me double check. Oh. This might be more for deliberation. So I think that's it for my questions. Commissioner Park, did you have anything else? I think we still need to hear from the applicant, remember? So, yeah, okay. All right, so with that, and seeing no more questions from the commission for staff, let's go to the applicant's presentation. And I'm going to take a minute now, just if anyone's in the audience who wants to address us on this item, please submit a speaker slip. I have none for in-person people. We have some hands raised or potentially online, so thank you.
And Madam Chair, how much time, what should we set the clock to?
We didn't even talk about it. Can you do it in 10 minutes?
15.
15 is
That would be
okay.
okay?
Sure,
Okay.
yeah.
Madam Chair and fellow commissioners, my name is Jeffrey Carroll. I'm an ecologist with Baywa RE here on behalf of the Strauss Wind Energy Project. I want to go through our adaptive management proposal, go through where we're at to date as far as the project goes, what we've done, what we hope to accomplish, and what we would suggest you consider versus not consider for the adaptive management plan moving forward. I do have a couple of slides that go through some of the information that staff has already addressed, so I will skip through a couple of them. But just to give you a quick update, power generation kicked off for the Strauss Wind project in November of last year. With that, we kicked off 4 separate searches, which is our avian carcass searches and including our raptor, post-construction raptor use surveys. Those tie into the pre-construction raptor surveys that we've discussed. And with the avian carcass searches, we have included carcass searcher efficiency trials as well as carcass persistence trials. These 2 trials speak to the efficiency of the work that we're doing and the persistence of carcasses across the landscape. So this will inform what we're doing, kind of show how accurate it is, and all of the information that you see as far as fatalities that have occurred will change based off of that information. So we know that carcasses stay on the landscape for a certain amount of time, larger carcasses longer than smaller birds. Those kind of things will affect the total number of individuals that have been impacted. So the numbers that you're going to see are just ones we've collected. Those will go up slightly after the estimations are done from the additional studies. We did mention that we're at level 1 in all of the categories. I won't go through that too much because we are aware of those. These are the points I'd like you to consider and not consider for our adaptive management plan. As discussed, we would like to install 5 total bird guard units across the site sometime in early 2025. The locations discussed by staff were chosen based off of fatalities that we've seen so far. However, I will say that is only 1 year of information that we've gathered, so we know that that's preliminary. So we may want to change those or add additional units. However, I will get to this in greater detail. We've chosen those sites to try and provide overall coverage for the entire project. The next point we'd like you to consider is that we are comfortable with the staff suggestion of providing funding to a local conservation group for the first 5 years of operation for all individuals that are taken over the CUP allowable thresholds. We're committed at a local level to make sure that we offset our impacts, so we're comfortable with that recommendation. The third point we'd like to consider is the conservation that we've funded to date. I will get into that later slide. However, we have a nature preserve that happens to have a wind farm in place on it. And there's been a significant investment at the local level for conservation, restoration, and enhancement of natural resources. So we'd like you to consider that as we move through our presentation. Final one that we'd like you to consider is the BACI study. We have no concerns with staff recommendations there. That is a point we agree with. It's in our permit conditions, and we're happy to work with staff to have something completed by March of 2025. The 3 points we would like you to not consider was the use of Identiflight to curtail for additional species, such as turkey vultures and red-tailed hawks. I know we talked a little bit about use and what this means. Currently, curtailment is estimated between 1% and 2% of the total overall power generation for the wind farm as it relates to eagle curtailment. So that represents a large number. I know hearing 1% to 2% doesn't seem like a lot, but it is a significant amount of curtailments that I'll get to later on. We have been able to pull some preliminary information actually using Identiflight, which was able to identify red-tailed hawks and turkey vultures already, but is not currently programmed to curtail for those, which suggests that we would be curtailing somewhere between 10 and 20% more, or 10 to 20 times more than we currently do for golden eagles. We have really good heat maps and data that we can provide that show this information. I mean, we would be talking between a 10 and 20% reduction in power generation across the wind farm, which is a significant reduction. You know, it causes a lot of issues with power purchase agreements and with our ability to fund conservation. So it is a significant cost to the Strauss Wind Energy Project. We'd ask that you don't consider additional eagle studies. We have a long list of studies we've already agreed to with U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to really provide good information around the take, you know, and what effect we have on the project. Fish and Wildlife Service has agreed to that and included it in our permit. We ask that you consider that to be sufficient to offset that request. And then finally, we would ask that you do not consider the blade painting study or implementation. This is very preliminary. There are some studies out there that are occurring, but we have concerns about implementing this at the Strauss project. There is significant safety risk that we've included in information previously. There is warranty risk that we are not willing to take. We want to make sure that we have a safe wind project. And the last point on that is there are studies in the United States being funded by universities in cooperation with other groups that we think may provide better information in the future that could help us make decisions at that point. So I'll skip through this one. This is just our adaptive management plan thresholds that we've already discussed. This table right here is going to describe all the impacts we've had to date. As you can see, the majority of those impacts, which is actually slightly more than staff included, we were able to update these numbers based off of information that we've just recently received, which is that last month that staff did not have yet. So 17 non-sensitive birds, 24 non-sensitive bats, that's the majority of our impacts to date. And then you can see all the other categories of where those took place, with the fully protected species only having one impact. So I wanted to kind of paint a picture here so you all are aware. I know we talked about, you know, technology over time. You know, our concern is obviously after 1 year of operation, we've exceeded all of these thresholds. So we know that every single one of the level 1 thresholds at least has been exceeded. That, you know, should probably speak to the fact that maybe the thresholds were incorrectly set. And in digging into our bird and bat conservation strategy and the adaptive management plan and the condition itself, it seems like a lot of the studies that go to fuel that information of what is an acceptable take in a wind farm was actually used with studies that were pulled from the 90s and the early 2000s. When wind towers, as you can see, were, you know, less than 10%, maybe, you know, a very small number relative to our project area, which average tower size, most of our towers are 3.8 megawatts. So just quite a bit larger than this graphic here, but they're roughly 300 feet in height. As you can see, much larger, creates much more energy. So when you start to look at the numbers, they change over time. The per tower impact does increase, but the total impact per megawatt that is produced actually goes down significantly. So just something that we wanted to share so you're aware of where our concerns are with the thresholds. I want to go through, you know, where these thresholds are at, particularly to eagles. This is one that we're excited to share with everyone. As mentioned, we have had 1 golden eagle fatality. That fatality is compared to the 15 that the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service had estimated. We received the final long-term eagle incidental take permit in September of this year. And with that, we've been provided several and agreed upon several mitigation strategies, which includes power pole retrofits within the Pacific Flyway. So that could benefit this area. There's several states that are included, so Fish and Wildlife Service agrees to that, as well as the lead-free ammunition program that will occur within a 100-mile radius of the project site. The details around it are focused on helping the local area population, which is all eagles within a certain region. So that's why they're focusing in on that. That includes the distribution of lead-free ammunition to farmers, certain sporting clubs, ranchers, in an attempt to reduce the amount of lead that is introduced into waterways or into prey that can have a significant impact on birds of prey.
And that's from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife? That's your incidental take permit?
It is part of our incidental take permit that we agreed to implement that to try and offset impacts at a local level.
Okay.
Yes. Bald eagles are included in that. We've had no bald eagle fatalities. 0.4 a year is the estimate, but we haven't documented a single one. So here's where we're at compared to some other projects in the state and in the regions. Bar chart on the graph really explains a lot when you look at the Coastal California Bird Conservation Region. That's a distinction from U.S. Fish and Wildlife. They have certain bird conservation regions. Coastal California is one of them. 3 facilities that did not include the Strauss Wind Farm showed an average of 0.82 raptors per megawatt of installed capacity per year. Strauss is currently at 0.05 under the CUP thresholds and is estimated to be at about 0.15 if you include all of the categories altogether. When you compare this to Pacific Southwest and California, you can see we're still significantly lower than those. Those are a bit tricky because if you look at the chart on the left, you can see where it says less than the 0.01%. That represents wind farms with almost no avian use whatsoever. So you're looking at desert projects and areas that have very low use. Because you can also see the max is 1.12, which represents areas with significantly higher avian use. So this shows you this wind farm is doing quite well when you compare it regionally and across the state level. We're proud to share this slide for sure. And to show why we think this is so low, especially as it relates to golden eagles, we've curtailed over 35,000 times this year alone. That represents a tower shutting down completely, waiting for brakes to cool off and then coming back online. Somewhere between 5 to 8 minutes of downtime total on average. So you can see it's a significant amount of time that these towers are down. It equates to about the loss of 1 full tower per year if we were to be running them full time. So it is a significant loss in total. One point that we are interested in introducing is that we do not currently have it in place, but we're working with Identiflight to include California condors in our curtailment strategy. They are in the fully protected species category. They're critically endangered, and we have the same concern that other individuals have on this species as well. So we're hoping to include that in there in our curtailment strategy, and it would likely be sometime next year. In the bulk of our adaptive management plan is the install of the Bird Pro noise deterrents, 5 total units across different strings of the project. 1 on the E string, because impacts have been lower on the E string. We want to focus this in areas that it's really needed. 2 on the W string and 2 on the N string. These would consist of large speakers mounted at the top of the tower, so roughly several hundred feet up in the air, with several speakers that can be directional or placed in an area where they go out quite a bit farther. And we have some interesting heat maps to show you on this one. We pilot tested this to see if this would work at Tower N7, where we did have an eagle fatality that was discovered, in the hope that we can gather good information, make sure it works with our towers. And this is the information to describe what we believe will help you understand why we're excited about this. So on the left, that is pre-BirdGuard trial use of golden eagle data. This is using Identiflight's heat map feature, where we can look at total flight patterns and basically see where they're concentrated. On the right, you can see what it looks like afterwards. significant decrease around this tower that does have a concern because there was an impact to a fully protected species here. And as you can see, the use actually shifts northwest. There's greater use northwest, and if we were to use this for what we expect is all birds of prey, you would see that same shift. We have three things we want to accomplish this with these bird guard units. It is that we are not a nuisance to residents. That's our primary concern. We don't want to impact our landowners. They're great partners for us on this project, and we want to make sure that this isn't an impact to them at their homes. This would only be operated during daylight hours, as it's diurnal raptors that we're looking to offset impacts to. The tones and frequencies do have the implications to other local wildlife species. That's what we want to make sure that we don't impact as well. And through that, we're going to be testing specific frequencies, tones, different noises that we think we can try on these units to see if they have different impacts, and then kind of go with that for a long-term solution. A little bit of background: DT Bird is tested at in different areas. DT Bird is actually one that is referenced in several studies as having a reduction of between 33 and 55% bird strikes at wind facilities. That uses radar and cameras similar to our Identiflight, which is why we chose this system. Identiflight already exists there. We think we can incorporate the two systems together to work without having to curtail the towers as much.
Mr. Carroll, we're
Yes.
almost done with your 15 minutes, so can you, I don't know what, wow, we got a lot more slides. Can you maybe make it another 3?
Yes, absolutely. I'll wrap it up here shortly. So that's why we would ask you to consider this. In my last 2 slides here, we did talk about conservation. I would urge you to consider what we've done to date, which is create a 2,700 acre nature preserve in Santa Barbara County that happens to produce renewable energy. We have conservation easements, restoration, enhancement projects at this site that greatly increase the value of this area for conservation and for the natural resources that are present. We're also working on a 30-acre off-site piece as well in coordination with Department of Fish and Wildlife, another resource that's going to provide valuable conservation for local raptors and other birds. Finally, so key takeaways here, 35,000 curtailments is a lot. I mean, we're doing everything that we can to reduce our impacts to fully protected species, and we want you to take that here to understand we are committed to that. 2.7 times lower per megawatt than our average areas, and that's our estimated rate, so significantly lower, setting a standard for other wind farms. Both 2,700 acres of conservation, as well as 22,000 homes that we power annually with the power we're projected this year. And then finally, Golden Eagles, we're really proud that our impacts are relatively low, and we're excited to see that number go down even further. So,
okay. Thank you.
That's it.
Do we have any questions from the commission for Mr. Carroll? Okay. Might need you back during deliberations, but with that, let's, did staff have any response? Not at this time. Okay, so we want to go to public comment. I don't have any speaker slips, so anybody online?
All right. We currently have one hand up, so if you'd like to speak, go ahead and raise your hand now. Our first speaker will be Stephen Ferry.
And Mr. Ferry, if you can limit your comments to 3 minutes, please.
Will do. Good morning, commissioners and staff. I'm Steve Ferry, representing Santa Barbara Audubon Society. Audubon supports all forms of renewable energy, including wind energy. We have nearly 2 decades of history with wind projects on the Strauss site. We have tried to influence the development of Strauss to ensure that it would be designed and operated to have minimum feasible impact on birds and other wildlife while still producing ample renewable energy. We believe that our efforts have been constructive. Since Strauss began operating in November of 2023, it has exceeded its allowable levels of bird mortality, as you've heard. We recently submitted a detailed letter to the Planning Commission that states our recommendations for reducing bird mortality at Strauss. In general, our recommendations support the recommendations made in the county staff report. Our recommendations are the following. The county should establish a working group to evaluate strategies to reduce bird mortality at Strauss. The identified system at Strauss should be improved to reduce bird mortality. 3, identified should be programmed to detect red-tailed hawks and turkey vultures. 4, selective curtailment of the turbines should be considered. We strongly recommend curtailing turbine N7 during daylight hours during the golden eagle nesting season if there is a golden eagle nest on or within 1 mile of Strauss. 5, the bird guard auditory deterrent shows promise but needs to be proven. 6, painting one blade black should be studied for practicality and effectiveness. 7, the frequency of carcass searches should be increased and dogs should be used. 8, we also support other county staff recommendations, including initiating the required before-after control impact study, and also Strauss should pay compensatory mitigation for certain bird and bat fatalities within Strauss's first 5 operational years. 9, the requirements of the Strauss conditional use permit should not be relaxed. My Audubon colleagues will provide further information on some of these recommendations if they're still there. I think at least 1 or 2 of them had to leave. So if their hands aren't up, I guess they're not going to testify.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Perry. All right, is that anyone else?
Our next speaker will be Catherine Emery, to be followed by Jessica Allstat.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. Good morning, Chairman, Vice Chair, and Commissioners. My name is Catherine Emery, and I'm Executive Director of Santa Barbara Audubon Society. Thank you for your service and time. We have over 1,100 members in the county. Our mission is to protect area bird life and habitat and connect people with birds through education, conservation, and science. We support all forms of renewable energy, including wind energy. On October 14th, with a delegation of 6 other Audubon leaders, I visited the Strauss-Baywa Wind Farm. Our goal today is to recommend practical measures to reduce bird deaths in compliance with the Strauss Adaptive Management Plan. I'm here today to discover points 4, 5, and 6, and I'm going to go really fast because one of our members had to leave. I'm sorry about that. Point 4, selective.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Excuse me. If you're going to speak for 2 people, I'm happy to give you 5 minutes. Okay.
I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Okay, because we need to understand you. So just relax. You got 5 minutes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Today I will discuss points 4, 5, and 6 in our letter. Point 4, selective curtailment or stopping of turbines may prove effective to reduce bird deaths as recommended in the staff report. Turbines may have higher mortality at some times of the day or year, such as during bird migration or breeding. We recommend that the working group analyze mortality data to determine whether there is a correlation between bird deaths and such factors as specific turbines, wind speed at estimated time of bird strike, time of day of bird strike, time of year, etc. That science data would then be used to determine selective curtailment, not all curtailment, but selective curtailment of particular turbines under certain conditions to reduce avoidable bird deaths. We agree with the staff recommendation. Selective curtailment, including seasonal and/or temporal curtailment, could be considered. Another effective strategy would be to do nesting surveys of golden eagles out Strauss during nesting season. Again, we support the staff recommendation. Productivity monitoring, that means monitoring of young and breeding of potential and in-use golden eagle nests within 1 mile of the project should occur during the breeding season or until nest failure. Importantly, we strongly recommend curtailing turbine N7 during daylight hours during the golden eagle nesting season if there is golden eagle nesting activity on or within 1 mile of Strauss. Moving on to briefly covering point 6 and 7. Point 6, Painting one blade black has proven successful in reducing bird deaths. One such wind farm in Norway has been operating that way for a decade, with 1 of 3 blades on many of its turbines painted black, and in a published study has reported more than 70% reduction in wind farm eagle deaths because of that one alteration. A wind farm in Wyoming has done the same thing with many of its turbines, and is now collecting and studying the data from having done so. Santa Barbara Audubon has spoken to the Wyoming project. They say they took 2 years to plan their blade painting. They had a team, not just people working for the operator, but also independents. This is why it should be studied now. We support the county staff recommendation, again, that a comprehensive feasibility study be conducted to evaluate the practicality and effectiveness of painting certain turbine blades for higher avian visibility in order to reduce fatalities. Lastly, I'm going to cover point 7. We recommend an increase in the frequency of carcass searches and using dogs to improve their accuracy. We recommend that the carcass search requirement be changed immediately to require carcass searches every week at all of the turbines, and that carcass searches should use dogs. Accurate carcass surveys are critical to inform decision-making. One wind farm in Wyoming has been sending its biologists out to look for carcasses with dogs every 3 days. We too can choose to be leaders in the industry and adequately and accurately do carcass searches. Santa Barbara Audubon believes that selective curtailment of turbines, painting one blade black, and increasing the frequency of carcass searches and using dogs to improve such search accuracy, in addition to the other measures listed in our letter, will reduce bird mortality at Strauss. We respectfully request that you read our letter in detail, consider our recommendations, and implement them. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Jessica Allstott.
Good morning, Chair, Commissioners, and staff. I am the chair for Santa Barbara Audubon's Conservation Science Committee, and I have lived in Goleta for 30 plus years. My comments address 2 mitigation measures that are both low cost and do not require additional permits. Your permit, mitigation measure 1A, the Identiflight system at Strauss must be improved to reduce the bird mortality. We strongly support staff recommendation 1A to conduct a performance evaluation of the existing system. We highly recommend that this evaluation be conducted with the active assistance of the Identiflight company. The Identiflight system is not sufficiently effective in its current configuration. The system comprises only 3 optical imaging heads for the entire 3,000-acre farm. This appears to be very light coverage compared to what Identiflight usually recommends. Identiflight claims more than 90% reduction in bird mortality if there is full coverage. Their normal practice is to determine the field of view, occluded zones, and the percentage of coverage, and which heads are providing that and which are providing partial coverage. And we recommend that the operator be required to provide the county with this coverage determination. This information will inform decisions for changes of configuration to improve the coverage and thus better protect birds. Another possible improvement would be to study the Identiflight curtailment strategy as to when and how Strauss curtails specific generators, as possibly changing curtailment parameters would reduce that mortality. The next measure that we are recommending is measure 1B, which is Identiflight system be programmed to curtail for turkey vultures and red-tailed hawks in addition to golden eagles. They comprise almost all the large bird observations at the site. Red-tailed hawk is a countable species for level 1 and level 2 thresholds. Take of both of those species is illegal under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. So when the wind farm kills a red-tailed hawk or a turkey vulture, regardless of how common they are breaking the law. The system has been trained for turkey vultures at other farms. The company indicates that they could use that data that they already have for minimal or no cost to retrain the Identiflight system on site. The system is also trained and ready to detect and classify the common buzzard, which is of the same genus as red-tailed hawk, and it's nearly the same size. Identiflight has indicated that they can train an existing system to detect red-tailed hawks in a short time for minimal cost. Training the system to detect these 2 additional species and to curtail the turbines when they are in danger would greatly reduce mortality for those species and thus reduce incidences of violating federal law. We urge the county to.
You've got about, excuse me, you have like 5 seconds left.
Thank you for the opportunity. Okay. Yeah, I had 3 seconds left when you cut me off, but thank you very much.
Yeah, go ahead. Thanks. Next speaker.
No additional hands up.
Okay. Okay, did staff have anything they wanted to respond to from some of that public comment? There was quite a bit of information.
Madam Chair, I don't have anything. Jax, do you have anything?
I do not have anything for the commission. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so I think we bring it back to the commission. Commissioner Reed?
I just had one question. I believe somewhere in the staff report, wasn't there a reference to the bird guard? Is there a model available that has a camera associated with it?
So Commissioner Reed, through the chair, the bird guard auditory systems, at least that we've been presented with from the operator, is auditory only. So they don't have a camera. It would just sound off at specified intervals, is our understanding.
Okay, thank you.
To add one thing, Commissioner Reed, there is a system that uses an auditory deterrent that's triggered by a camera detection system, but it's different than the bird guard.
Okay, that was.
And it's not being proposed in this case.
Okay,
I think in part because it'd be somewhat redundant with the Identiflight system.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Park?
Yes, I want to ask you about one of the Audubon recommendations. I'm trying to follow the different recommendations from the applicant, the appellant, or not appellant, but Audubon and staff, and it's a little blurry for me. Because a lot of them have common ground. It's a good thing, right? I know one thing I don't want, but one thing that I'm interested in is when Audubon brought up the idea of a working group, and I think the working group was going to be staff and Strauss and Identiflight representative and maybe some federal people. I want to get your opinion on that. Is that useful, or is that just another committee you have to go to and put up with? And you know what I'm getting at, Mr. Briggs.
Yeah, and Madam Chair and Commissioner Park, thank you for asking that question, and thank you for understanding what the pretty clear issue is. We have kicked around this idea, discussed it a bit. We're not opposed to it. We do think there's some value in establishing a working group with some feedback. And the feedback would be, is it just another meeting or committee that we're meeting with? A little bit, but we do think that there's some value there. We have spoken to Identiflight. They're very open to discussing the technology. However, they have a non-disclosure agreement with the applicant. And so there is this veil of secrecy over the operation of the units at the site and how they're performing and what's happening. And there's a lot of information there. There's a ton of data there that's not being shared with us that we're just in the dark on. So when we met with Identiflight, they're very, very careful in talking to us, and they won't say anything about the performance of the units at the site. However, they're very happy to openly discuss the technology in general. So if we were to form a working group, I think that I have a couple of thoughts about that. Number one would be we need to be able to share information. And this non-disclosure agreement is getting in the way of that. So if we do go in the way of having a working group, we would need the applicant to be more forthcoming with information. My second thought would be that including federal agencies would not be a great idea. And we find that they are difficult to communicate with, not always available to us. not quite as nimble as we are in making decisions and making progress. And so I think if we were going to go in this direction, we would prefer that the working group essentially be staff, the applicant, and Identiflight, and that the applicant be directed to somehow kind of lift the veil of secrecy on what's going on at the site with respect to Identiflight.
You know, it's funny, just looking at Mr. Storr, he and I were on a working group for preparation of the Point Sound Management Plan, and we had like representatives from everywhere except for the UN, I think, and it was a pain in the butt to get everybody together and keep people, current with each other. And you speak of a working group of what would work best for staff is staff and the applicant in Identiflight. Well, you can kind of do that without a working group. And I'm kind of amazed at how well staff has reacted so far and putting all this information together and working with Mr. Storr and all that. I don't know about that extra layer. I just don't know. Okay, thanks.
Fellow commissioners, I forgot to actually ask the applicant to respond and possibly respond to what we heard during public comment. So if you can indulge me, maybe we want to hear from them now as part of that. And then we'll continue our questions with staff. And then the applicant. Sorry about that. You did such a good job on the presentation.
Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. We would like to respond to a couple of those comments around the use of Identiflight for additional species. I know we covered that in our presentation. This is a significant impact to us, so we once again want to include that it is not a feasible option for us at this point. They can accurately find these species and detect them, but the curtailment of them is one that we don't currently have a curtailment prescription for. As far as the additional searches and the changing to the survey requirements that we currently have, they are sufficient in capturing what we are looking for. We are implementing other studies, the searcher efficiency trials, as well as the carcass persistence trials. We're doing those separately, both for large birds such as eagles, for our eagle take permit, as well as all birds for the county condition, which includes small birds as well as larger raptors. We're using a large difference of species, small songbirds that our contractor has been able to source, as well as some larger raptors, which are a little bit more difficult to source for these surveys. But it does feed into the accuracy of the trials. So we are comfortable that our trials are being performed by a very competent third party, one of the best organizations in the nation for this work. So we are confident that our survey protocol is accurate and sufficient for the purpose of this condition. I don't believe I had any other comments.
We may ask questions of you if you can figure out how to use my mic when we get into deliberations. So.
I would state to one point as it relates to the information around Identiflight and some of the information that they have provided. We're happy to share our information that we've collected. Identiflight, it's just a formality that they don't share that information. I don't believe that there's been a request to us to share that to date, but I would be more than happy to share the information, the heat map data, total species curtailments, and those kind of events to really kind of guide some of this information in decision making. So we're more than happy to assist in that, whether it's participation in a working group or it's a strategy to just inform.
Yeah.
Exactly. So we're more than happy to make that happen.
Let's see if that gets legs. Okay.
Can I clarify something?
Sure, Mr. McDougall, right?
Yes, sir. Gordon McDougall. Sorry, Chair. I'm Gordon McDougall, Chief Executive of BioMa Wind. On the non-disclosure agreements, we are required to sign these with all our contractors around that site, given its sensitivity, given its location and proximity to Vandenberg. So we have to do that. So we haven't a veil of secrecy. We haven't been approached for that and looking to open that up. So that's fine.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, let's pick back up on the questions to staff, I think is where we were. Right? I think Commissioner Park got his questions out. Does anyone else have any other cues? I think you already did too. Right?
Oh, I just had one more.
Sure.
So I just staff it. So it's, and then from applicant's presentation. So is applicant's position now that the number of threshold levels to trigger the levels of 1 and 2 of the adaptive management plan, your position is you think those levels are too high? Is that what, did I understand you to say that?
Yes, we believe that the information that was used to guide those decisions is faulted, and it is used on pulled from data on very outdated wind farms. Actual data from the bird and bat conservation strategy is listed as far as what the average impact per megawatt was at the time, and if you compare that to the I'm not sure what slide number it was where we went through the average fatalities, even in the state alone. You can see that there's a significant difference. Information in our slides are pulled from our contractor that performs these surveys all across the country. So they have a significant database to be able to show that information. So we're confident that those thresholds are significantly lower than they should be.
Okay, so it's, all right, another one little question. In your graphic you had on the bird guard trials, you showed near the site 7, the eagle's level of activity, and then it went lower when the bird guard was in place. Was that level of highest activity, say the red-orange area, was that near it's been described that there was an eagle nesting site there. Was it likely that was the nesting site? Because I noticed even with the bird guard in place, there's still a focus of activity in basically that same spot.
Yes, Commissioner Reed, there is a historical nest in that region,
okay.
And that is why there is a significant use in that area. And you can see there is still use in that area. Specifically, it's not shown on that map, but if you were to look at that from like a Google Earth image, you would see that that is an area that there is a very dense tree line that is outside of our project area.
Okay.
And all of our information that we're gathering is going to be on the horizon above it, but there may still be significant activity within that tree line that we cannot capture.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I actually had a couple questions for staff, but let's hear from Mr. Cooney first.
I think most of what I'd like to do is as I'm learning more about this operation, suggestions that we could talk about in deliberations, but I don't have more specific questions right now.
Okay, mine are fairly pointed. There are several speakers, and the concept has been thrown up about a change in the thresholds that were used to approve this case, and I think that would open up the entire permit. I don't know really how we go back and change that. I think that the adaptive management plan was a way to do that, but can you see any other way to change the thresholds in hindsight?
Chair Bradley, Jax, are the thresholds contained in the condition of approval or in the BBCS or the AMP?
Yeah, so we talked about this months ago, and I'm trying to remember because BayWa did bring it to our attention, and we were trying to figure out how, if we could, adjust the adaptive management plan. The thresholds, I believe, are just in the AMP, not in the condition itself. I'd have to double check though.
And Mr. Storer is telling me that the thresholds are in both the AMP and the BBCS, but not the condition of approval. So we would not have to make a structural change to the condition or the permit in order to make that change.
Okay. That's great. And then the other comment that came from the applicant was that they've already done a 2,700 acre conservation hold somewhere, and how can that possibly, how can we give them credit for that in any of our mitigation mandates? I keep on coming up with the wingers, huh?
You got some good ones today. This is a really complex question, and it kind of relates back to how do the various conservation efforts that are part of the project's mitigation plan interwoven with the protection of bird and bat species. That's probably above my pay grade. Maybe Mr. Storer could speak to that a little bit more. But they do have a very diverse conservation group of conservation efforts that are all kind of tied together to satisfy the various elements of mitigation for the project. We have conservation easements for Gaviota tar plant. We have direct replacement requirements for things like oak trees and other sensitive botanic species. They're looking at right now an off-site Gaviota tar plant conservation area on the Gaviota coast. They're also looking at an off-site conservation area for oak trees as well. So you have all these different pieces that all kind of come together. And so when we say, you know, the project includes a 2,700 acre conservation easement, it's not quite that simple. There's a lot of moving parts that are included in that. So how do you weigh that against the project's impacts to birds? I don't know that you really can. It's really just recognizing that the project does include a very robust, meaningful effort with respect to conservation and restoration.
So a follow-up question that, and maybe Mr. Storr can jump in, is it primarily for botanical resources, or is it also biological and like avian resource?
Commissioner Briley, there are a number of permit conditions of approval that are specific to particular resources. One is for oak trees, one is for Gaviota tar plant. These are just examples. One is for a rare plant species called Horkelia. And each of those permit conditions requires that the restoration sites be placed in a conservation easement. And the logical reason for that is that, you know, you don't want to do your restoration someplace where it could be impacted in the future. So collectively, that area is a little over 2,000 acres, I think, and it's basically everything in the wind farm with the exception of the turbine pads and the roads and the substation. So all that surrounding area is in a conservation easement that has been worked out with the respective landowners, and the Land Trust for Santa Barbara County, I believe, holds the easement. Center for Natural Lands Management is involved also. They are part of the management strategy for the conservation easement. So as Mr. Briggs indicated, it's sort of a complex assortment of mitigation for various reasons. But to his point also, it doesn't really, to weigh that against impacts for birds is a little bit tricky, right?
Apples and oranges. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so I think we got through all our questions, and so that brings us to deliberations. Okay, Commissioner Park?
Follow up on your question, the question about whether the thresholds were in the adaptive management plan and how they might be changed. And the adaptive management plan, it's incorporated by reference into the conditions of approval, isn't it? So here's a question for Mr. Pettit, just because I want him to be able to talk today for reasons I'll explain later. Is changing the adaptive management plan's thresholds, does that present the same challenge to us and the applicant as when we went through the modification of the conditions of approval process on this case already?
Commissioner Park, through the chair, I'd need to go back and look at the specific language in the condition of approval, and I can pull that up now, but I'd need to see how the adaptive management plan is actually incorporated into the conditions of approval to see how much of a hurdle it would be to change it without amending the permit.
Well,
and I can do that.
I don't want to hold you to something you might have to do next year, but suffice it to say that that's a kind of exercise we're not prepared or authorized to do today. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I was really hoping we'd get done with all of this by noon, but I'm not sure that we can, and I'm not sure that we have gas in the tank enough to continue this and before we are concluded with the deliberation. So how does everyone feel about soldiering on to 12:30 and trying to finish it, or taking a break and coming back? Nobody's out. Well, Commissioner Park.
I kind of want to get it done, but I don't really care. So if somebody is strongly in favor of something else, and I don't think it's going to take us hours.
Okay.
But I may be wrong. And I have a kind of question that's like that, but preliminary to it. On I want to do a really good job on this because we've never done one before, and it's a big project, and it's a huge amount of effort by staff. And I don't know whether we need more information or not, because I asked about some information, and we don't have it, but I don't think it's something we can even get right now. I mean, I think it'd be easy to get a distribution of fatalities over the tower locations in map form, okay? I don't know that we actually need that to make a decision. I think getting the expected death or predicted death information I've asked for, I don't think that's knowable in less than a year. And the additional predicted off time of the towers, if we reprogram Identiflight for turkey vultures and red-tailed hawks, we've gotten a pretty significant estimate from the applicant. I don't know what it would take to get a more accurate estimate, or whether that's something that anybody could do other than the applicant. So I was thinking during this hearing, well, maybe we need a continuance to get more information. Now I'm really not sure what it would get. And so, I mean, I'm open to that if other members want it of the commission, but I think we can probably act today without it.
Okay. I'm going to add a partial response to that, which is this is a non-static document. It's going to be changing from year to year. This is the first time that we've had a chance to look at it and touch it and see how it's working out. I also believe that there are some recommendations that I would say it's too early to suggest that. Maybe do an example somewhere else, but it's only been operating for barely a year. So when you look at biological surveys and everything, you really try to look at what is more the data in the field. And so I'm not really prepared to approve some of these suggestions without another year under the belt. So I think what staff is wanting us to do is go through their recommended measures, consider what the applicant can and cannot do. Audubon also had some great measures, and try to just give them a laundry list and let them work at it for another year. And then come back. I mean, does it return to us every time the threshold's increased? Isn't that the way the condition's worded? Every time it's exceeded, rather?
So while they're conferring, an option could be, and we can put that chart back up, is give direction on those items that wouldn't require an amendment to the permit and have them monitor it over a year. But the commission, now that it's back and that the adaptive management plan has been triggered, the commission could ask for it to come back on its own now that it's before you, with a report on any direction that's given today as additional status over the next year. In addition, if any of those triggers happen again in the following year, it would have to come back to you anyway. But now that it's before you, you could provide direction to staff, collect data, and come back and report on the results of that.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This has been a substantial learning experience for me, and I think for all of us. And all in all, I think we're better prepared at this point to monitor the ongoing operations than we ever would have been during this past year. We did the best we could in terms of conditioning, but there's so many good suggestions, such as pulling in the ideas of others keenly interested, like Audubon. How does that work without interfering with what we're getting now? But I'm much more concerned about what we don't know. Do we have more evidence of strikes than we're hearing about? Is the process working? Mr. Briggs' comments about limited information coming to the staff really concerns me. But in terms of putting all these things together, I'm comfortable with whatever the commission comes up with today, but I do think we should recognize it's a process, and we're not going to complete it today, no matter how long we spend.
Thank you. Commissioner Weed?
Yes, I mean, this facility's been operating for a year. If you visit it, you'll notice it's giant, almost 6,000 acres, 27 turbines. I think looking at the take after a year of 47, I'm sure there are some who would like that to be zero, as we see in a lot of mitigation requests for other sorts of projects, not feasible. I think it's operating pretty well so far. I also think, though, we need a larger sample size before we would consider changing the thresholds. So I would hope we could consider this further today. Look at some of the recommendations of staff, attempt to wrap it up, but kind of reserve and have applicant come back after a suitable period, perhaps another year, at which time I think we'd have much more information available to really determine if such an action as reducing the thresholds would be appropriate.
Okay. So, one approach we could do is just go to the staff's PowerPoint under the P&D proposed measures and just go through with them and concur. We know that the applicant does not support some of those and supports other things that aren't in the staff's recommendation. So we're going to have to kind of matrix it ourselves. But does that sound like a reasonable way to try to get through the direction of staff?
It sounds very reasonable to me. I'm just wondering, though, we have been going for a couple hours, so we probably need to take a 10-minute break anyway, which will probably turn into 15 minutes. And then, if we could get this done in half an hour, we'd be taking a break and then coming back for half an hour. Maybe we should just take our lunch break. Because I think it will take half an hour at least to go through that, right?
I think so.
Yeah, but I think it's a great approach.
So why don't we do that? I'll just be decisive. Okay, we're just going to take a quick lunch break, call it an hour, be back here by 1:05. And then we will we'll come back at 1:05. Thank you, everyone. We're back at the County Planning Commission on December 11th, picking up with the Strauss Wind Energy Adaptive Management Plan item. And I understand that staff maybe wanted to refresh us where we are and suggest a path.
Chair Bradley, thank you for that segue. Yes, I have a couple of thoughts. First, I would like to address the potential to change the thresholds within the AMP. And right before we went to lunch break, there was some discussion about what that might entail. Is that easy to do? Is that problematic? And over the lunch break, we were able to take a little bit deeper look at that. And we do think that changing the thresholds would require a pretty significant level of effort. And it is going to include us going back through the condition. It's going to require revisions to the AMP, revisions to the BBCS. It looks like it might require a change to the condition itself. And then, of course, we got to go back into the EIR and update that discussion as well. So you're looking at a pretty deep dive in order to change the thresholds in the AMP. And at this time, we don't have a great scientific basis for doing so because we don't really have the data that is pointing to a real need to change the thresholds. So given all of that context, staff's recommendation is going to be to stay away from that one for now. And if we want to revisit that in future years, we can do that. But right now, we don't feel like that we would be supportive of that effort. And then now moving into how do we proceed? We have all these options on the table. We've got applicant proposals. We've got staff's recommendations. We've got items that have been suggested by Audubon. Ms. Ibarra put together a slide for us that we can use as a tool that has the various options on there. And we can use this slide to kind of prioritize and discuss the various issues that are on the table and hopefully help you guys get to the finish line a little bit quicker.
Great.
And this is the slide here. And I can move things around here as we discuss. I can add notes to it. We can use this as a tool to help prioritize which items we think should be included.
Okay, so one of the first questions I'd have is, which party supports this? This is staff's recommendations, right? Or coming from with staff's concurrence. And we are just relying on ourselves to understand which one of these might not have had the applicant's support?
Plus or minus, yes. So this is a conglomeration of the applicant's proposals and staff's recommendations. And there is a fair amount of overlap between staff's recommendations and Audubon's. This does not include everything that Audubon recommended, but it includes everything that we supported from the Audubon recommendations.
Oh, okay.
Madam Chair,
Secretary Wilson, here.
just to help guide the deliberations, Mr. Briggs, can you put up that table that just shows the breakdown of staff's recommendations? So just for the commission to get their eyes on it one more time, because I think that'll help guide the conversation just a little bit more, so there's some context of what is before the commission to consider.
So here's our summary of measures. And these are the same items that are on the list that I just showed you, but with a little bit more information showing, do we have to go back and revise the permit? What are the cost effects to the operator? And is this something that staff is recommending?
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Park?
I was just going to say that there was a slide that the applicant representative had in his presentation, and it highlighted three things that they didn't like from the staff one. I mean, I remember those. I don't think we need to pull that slide up again.
Okay.
Well,
all right, so.
We'll get to them.
Okay. Okay, so do you want to use the fresh one from Ms. Ibarra and just go line item by line item?
You know, maybe for ease of use, I could just use this slide here since it does include the additional information.
All right.
So the first item is modified carcass surveys. and I would need to rely on Jax for a description of what are the carcass surveys now and what the modified surveys might look like.
Yep, I'm online. I can give that to the commission quickly. So Chair and Commissioners, the current carcass survey schedule is about half of the turbines twice a month. BayWa is proposing to keep half of the turbines twice a month and also add the rest of the half once a month. So essentially all turbines would be surveyed once a month, and half of them would be surveyed twice a month. It would meet county objectives and also U.S. Fish and Wildlife objectives. So we do support this modification.
And that looks like it had the applicant's concurrence on slide 10. Okay, so.
Riley, correct. This is one of their proposed measures. The first two are operator proposed.
Okay. So does the commission want to just discuss these and take a straw vote on these as we go down the line, if that's okay? So how does everybody feel about this modified carcass survey addition?
I would fully support that one. Yeah.
I do too. I just note that various folks have talked about dogs, and I don't know if that's something people want to talk about anymore or not. It seemed to me that the dogs would be most valuable for things like the bats and the songbirds, the little things that aren't well noticed by people walking through. On the other hand, they don't seem to be the primary focus of the loss. I mean, the eagles, of course, are, and then there's been concern over the more common raptors. So I don't know if it's worth radically changing the survey method to get more bats and songbirds, but it's a question.
On that note, Commissioner Park, I would just note that there are a number of songbirds that do have advanced conservation status that factor into the adaptive management thresholds.
Well, then maybe we should have the dogs to find them, because I recall reading from the staff report, and maybe it wasn't staff report, but something to the effect that the effectiveness or the odds of detecting a large bird carcass are in the range of 80%. But with the human cross-section method, the odds of detecting the smaller carcasses, and I would think a songbird and a bat would be similar in size, was more like 20%. So.
Meaning the dogs would help with that latter.
Yeah, they
Okay.
smell it. I'm not trying to push one position or another. I'm just pointing out this was in the Audubon letter. It's, I
Right.
think, something Mr. Reed brought up. And now Mr. Storr has.
Okay, I'm not hearing anything against the dog addition to the menu, so, or am I misunderstanding that, Mr. Storr?
Commissioners, Mr. Briggs and I talked a little bit about this earlier. I don't think there's any question that the dogs would be more efficient, and obviously with increased frequency of searches, you'd find more birds and bats. And it stands to reason then that you would reach your adaptive management thresholds. Just statistically, you'd probably get there quicker. I appreciate the need and the need for these kinds of protocols, and they're embedded in just about every wind farm project that I'm aware of. But I just think that the emphasis from my perspective would be more on what do you do in response to finding all these fatalities rather than just basically padding up the statistics. That's just one perspective.
Well, and I imagine we'll return to this maybe year after year for a while. And if it looks like dogs are needed, that can come up again. We don't need to do that right now.
And just not included in our direction officially,
I
right?
think
I agree.
Yeah.
Commissioner Cooney, did you have something to add on that?
Well, yeah, I love my dog. But I can imagine it would take quite a bit of training to get him to focus on the birds instead of the other animals. So I'll be fine with the idea of it leaving it out at this point.
Okay, is that sufficient direction?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then the next item is the BioGuard auditory transmitters.
So this is the applicant proposed measure for installation and use of the BirdGuard auditory deterrents. Staff is a little lukewarm on this suggestion for the reasons we discussed earlier. And it's really up to the commission to decide whether or not you want to include these in the package.
Commissioner Cooney, are you still?
Yeah, no, I'm opposed to this, so I'm in line with staff. I think perhaps it can be developed in a way that we can look forward if it really can be productive. But at the outset, I would be inclined to say I'll share staff's hesitance.
Commissioner Reed?
Staff, your main objections to the BirdGuard were possible influence on neighbors or?
So a couple things. We're concerned about unintended consequences on other species out there. It not only is it going to be disruptive to birds, it could be disruptive to other
reptiles.
I mean, not only reptiles, but other species. Certainly, it's going to be disruptive to anybody working in that area. The product generates like a screeching noise, like a bird screeching noise. It's really not pleasant. And certainly, if you were working in this area, you would not want to be exposed to this on a regular basis. And then in addition to that, if you go through the company's materials, one of the things that they point out is that when you deploy the technology initially, there seems to be a good response that birds are deterred by the noises that it makes, but over time they become used to it to some degree, and the efficacy of the devices kind of decrease over time.
Well, it's kind of like trying to keep birds out of your vineyard.
With the poppers.
With the poppers or
Yeah.
the other devices, and eventually they ignore it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Now, having said all of that, as we stated before, this technology has not really been deployed in this type of a setting, and this would be a little bit on the experimental side. So, in some regard, it may be of value to learn more about what happens when you deploy this technology in a wind farm.
Okay.
That's just what I was thinking about. I mean, would it be useful to experiment on at least part of the site? And then, but it sounded to me, if I heard correctly, that there has been some experimentation or use of it at Tower 7. Remember the heat maps that were shown to us, and they showed certain eagle activity there prior to whatever the treatment was they did at Tower 7, and then the heat map afterwards, and it showed a more dispersed eagle activity. And wasn't that with the BirdGuard, or what was that treatment?
We can ask the applicant to clarify.
Commissioner Park, that was with the BirdGuard unit that we tested that showed that there was a total decrease.
And how long did you test it?
Between 30 and 60 days. I would say the install was right at the end of March. So we're pulling this information to show month by month. So we tested it for about 60 days or so.
Is the equipment still there for that?
The equipment is still there.
Is that something you could run for a year or something to see?
Absolutely. We're open to additional units for a year. The equipment is in place. It's not operational at this time.
Right.
But it's a test that could take place.
And did you get any noise complaints during that time?
We did have some of the individuals that live on the site ask us about it. We worked with those folks to try and turn that down to the lowest level possible that can't be heard from nearby residences, and that would be lower in sound than what our towers themselves produce when they're moving around.
Oh. I don't see the harm of experimenting for a longer period of time on a limited basis, and then again because we'll probably look at this in a year or so, consider the idea again with better knowledge of whether it works or not and whether it's obnoxious.
Okay. Commissioner Cooney, did you have a?
Well, it's just the relationships historically with the neighbors and the wind farm project in general have been problematic, and even in the courts. And, maybe we could have a short-term experiment opportunity, but to just tantalize the neighbors and give them something to object to, I'd be concerned about it. So I'd probably vote no, but I might be in the minority.
Commissioner Reed?
Just one additional point. During that test on that tower, did you have the opportunity or did you collect any data to indicate if it had any positive effect in terms of reducing mortality of other species of birds at that tower?
Commissioner Reed, we did not document, I believe, I would have to reference back in the table to see if there were any other impacts. But I do not believe that there were any other impacts to birds of prey at that tower in that amount of time.
Okay.
I'm not keen on this. It's the first thing that I saw in the staff report that I said, oh my gosh. It's double our threshold of 65 dBH at property lines. And when I've gone up there in between our hearings, it is so peaceful. The wind turbines themselves are a funny kind of peacefulness to me, but I'm really not keen on this. Even though you've tested it, I'd recommend that it be held in your back pocket for the next time we're at an AMP, see how these other things go, and then look at it again. And I know that Audubon wasn't keen on it either. So it sounds like you have 2 and 2, right?
Well, no, I think if we have significant opposition, we should just agree to put it to the side for now.
Okay.
For me, really, I'll tell you, the big issue is going to be, do you turn off wind machines by reprogramming for turkey buzzards, turkey vultures, and red tails? That's the big ticket item here. Everything else is probable agreement, but that one would be an enormous change.
Okay. So we're saying no on the bird guard thing for now. And then the identified performance evaluation, exactly what Commissioner Park was referring to, right?
Well, that's the evaluation is just see if it's working. It's the reprogramming that's the
additional identified programming.
Bingo.
There we go.
Yeah.
3 and 4. So does everybody concur just the performance evaluation that maybe you want to double explain to us, Mr. Briggs? Number 3, identified performance evaluation.
I think either Mr. Storer or Jax would be better suited to explain this one.
Commissioners, I think that one of the things we would be requesting is a map or more information in regard to how much of the wind farm is being covered by the 3 units that are already in operation, and regarding where the Eagle strike took place at N7, in particular that one, how much coverage is there? Can the system be reconfigured to improve its capability for detection and response? Those kinds of questions. That would take a little deeper dive into the intricacies and the mechanics of how Identiflight works, with the cooperation of the manufacturer, of course.
Okay. And I don't think that the applicant objected to that, right? So does the commission concur that that should stay on the list? Yes. Looks like it. Oh, Commissioner Reed, did you have anything more to add?
No.
Okay. Okay, now the Identiflight programming. Here we go. Mr. Storer or Jax, do you want to remind us what this is?
I'm sorry,
Yeah,
the Identiflight programming is?
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jax.
Mayor Bradley, I'd be happy to. So the additional Identiflight programming would be, so right now the Identiflight only is programmed to identify and curtail for golden eagles. This additional programming would also identify and curtail for both and/or red-tailed hawks and turkey vultures. which the Identiflight system said that they can easily do with low cost for the programming. However, we do understand that additional curtailment could be very costly to the operator.
Okay, so everybody understands what this item is. Do we have comments?
Yeah, I'd make a comment. I think this one falls in that bucket that everybody's kind of referred to of things that we can look at again in a year or two. I'm just looking at it crudely, but I used to look at stuff like this way when I was head of the land trust decades ago. That, 20-30% loss in generating power is millions of dollars. I don't know how many millions, but it's a large number. It may exceed $10 million of value. I don't know. If I give that money to any conservation organization, or even a third of it or a tenth of it, and say, go buy some red-tailed hawk habitat and conserve it and do better, because losing $10 million worth of energy to save 2 red-tailed hawks is a pretty expensive red-tailed hawk, and it elevates their value, or worse, turkey vulture, way in excess of what the eagles are worth, which seems ridiculous. So I know Mr. Reed asked some very good questions about cost-benefit analysis, in a sense, on different industries, and I think we are bound to make sure our conditions are reasonable. I know staff has internalized that. We've had that kind of stuff since the Nolan case in City of Tigard, and I can't see it being reasonable to experiment with adding turkey vultures to Identiflight and facing the risk of losing 30% of the power generated there. I should shut up.
Okay.
We generally agree with that.
Okay. Commissioner Reed?
So I had a question. So just this, since the Identiflight was operational, did your data say it had shut down 35,000 times?
Commissioner Reed, that is correct.
In a year?
We recorded
for just
35,000.
golden eagles?
Exactly. For just golden eagles, we recorded 35,000 from November to November.
So any estimate of how many times that would be shutting down in a year for red-tailed hawks and vultures, of which there are a giant supply relative to to golden eagles?
Absolutely. We have preliminary estimates from Identiflight that have provided flight path data that's been recorded. For turkey vultures, it would be roughly 10 times the amount of curtailment that was for golden eagles. And for red-tailed hawks, it would be somewhere 2 to 4 times that amount. So roughly 14, anywhere from 12 to 15 times the amount of total curtailment events that were recorded for golden eagles.
So I would agree we set this aside into that other bucket. Yeah.
The deferral bucket. I agree with that. Do we have consensus? It looks like it. No lights on. Okay. So the feasibility study for planting the blades black. The blades black. Yes. How about this? Comments? Questions? I think we're all clear about it. It's just...
Madam Chair, you might want to give the applicant an opportunity to re-articulate their concerns with this one. I know staff really likes this one. Seems the commission likes it, but the applicant has some pretty strong opposition to it. So,
have at it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Our opposition is around the safety and integrity of the wind farm and the wind turbines themselves. We've had these discussions. We actually proposed this originally before taking this information to turbine manufacturers and some of the individuals who maintain these towers for us. And the first thing that popped up was issues with warranty, issues with blade delamination, because these blades are, hundreds of layers of fiberglass that are prone to delaminate with any kind of imbalance. They're engineered specifically for certain weights, and anything that throws that off can potentially cause an issue with the blades. So there is a safety concern and the longevity of the blades as well. I know that doesn't speak directly to the study of implementation, that speaks to the implementation itself. As far as the study goes, we would like to wait and see what some of the studies reveal here in the United States. Some of the information that is provided from wind farms that are overseas, it's completely different type of wind farms. You know, as we're saying, 10 years, completely different technology. So we'd like to see, you know, what the studies by, there's a study by Oregon State alongside another large energy company that are working on that on some of these wind farms. And then take that information, look at the overall use at these sites to know if it is comparable to our site. And then at that point, see if it's possible while also considering the safety and longevity risk of the wind farm.
See, everything you just said is study it.
Absolutely. We would
Which
like
I think
to,
is what the measure is, right? It's just studying it, right?
we would like to see what the results are of some of the studies here in the United States that have similar technology on wind farms that are of newer technology similar to our project. We'd like to see what that says and then see if there's potential for us to implement something like that while considering the risk still.
Okay. Commissioner Hart?
I just want to introduce another point. I spend a lot of time wandering around outside in that part of the county. And one thing that I do and other folks do that are with me is we'll talk about, oh, can you see the wind towers and things like that. It's just something to do. You know, it's life in our part of the county. You can see them. And you can see them if you look for them, but it's not like they stick out into your imagination. They're just kind of there. I'm afraid if you candy stripe them and do whatever else, or paint one black and two white, they're going to be more visible. They're going to be more intrusive to the public eye. It's just something that would be factored in.
Okay.
So just to clarify, we're not suggesting as part of this measure that they actually paint blades.
Just study it.
This is the study. Yeah, we would like to see a really nice, comprehensive study of this issue. And if other studies are unfolding and that information can be valuable to us, you know, we have time, right? This study could go on for the next year, the next 2 years, whatever it takes. But we would like to learn more information and have the applicant gather that. That's the point of this particular measure.
Right. Which is kind of what I said before. So I'm actually in support of it because I think whether it's going to work for you or not, it's good to get the information. And as it changes, as you pointed out, the technology's evolving. So that I'm sort of saying yes to this measure because it is just studying, not mandating that you paint it at this time. You can wait if that is actually comes out of the study when you're working with staff and it looks like a good thing, then that's an AMP change you make down the road. So how does everybody else see it? Commissioner Reed.
First, in light of the fact that I think applicants' arguments regarding potential decline in the integrity of the blades due to being painted black, I think that's significant. I spent a number of years working in polymer chemistry and things, so I have a little bit of knowledge in terms of composites and those sorts of things. But also, on the other hand, due to the fact that most of the relevant studies to assess the effectiveness of those back painted blades are pending thus far with results either unavailable or inconclusive. Yeah, I would not support implementation of painting the blades black, but I would support monitoring the ongoing studies in terms of feasibility on part of staff. But and then in the event that it were shown that would have very substantial positive effects, then it might be time to reconsider. But only study those so far.
I concur. How about the rest of the commission?
That's okay.
Yeah, again, I think if at least a couple of the commissioners want something, we should keep it on our list. If we need to winnow it down later, that's fine. I just hope that no one spends $500,000 studying this. That I'd rather go see put into conservation purposes. But if it's a matter of monitoring existing things and talking more to GE and whatever.
And almost doing, like a white paper for a scientific journal. Mr. Ecologist. Okay, so I think that is a yes, because it really is just studying the technology, not mandating it, and you can report back through the AMP.
Absolutely. I would just question on timeline and what we would like to see with that. I think I'm comfortable with monitoring and coming up with some solution. It's just a question of what's the timeline that we're comfortable with. And as long as the staff has a reasonable recommendation, we're on board with that.
Staff, do you have a suggestion on how 1 year, 2 years?
Well, as far as a timeline, I mean, you talk about a timeline for studying, or are you talking about a timeline for coming up with a cost analysis and a more rigorous assessment of where it's been done in other places, and what's the status of this Oregon State study? Are there any preliminary results, that kind of thing?
I think that we, when I talk timeline, I mean timeline to have some kind of result that we're comfortable with. If it's looking at where are we at with the studies right now, I don't think that's a lengthy study that needs a timeline beyond, a few months. But if it's a question of the efficiency and the ability for it to take place, I think that's a longer study that's pending. Studies all over the place that we could reference. So it's just a question of that. I think coming up with a plan over the next 4 to 6 months of what does it look like now, and what are our results right now, and publishing those, I think is pretty simple.
Well, that's what I have in mind. So what is, I mean, rather than just dismiss it out of hand, and I don't doubt your concerns about delamination and balance of the blades and so on and so forth, but there have been some pretty meaningful studies that have been done. The one in Norway, I believe it was, and the different context, obviously, but it does seem like this option has some promise. So I think a more rigorous analysis of that would be helpful.
I'd be comfortable, like, within the next year, because it's not a mandate to do it, so another year's worth of data is healthy. I don't know, that is... Commissioner Cooney, okay. How about that? Okay, so we're keeping it on the list and ask for that to be done within a year. Okay? Okay. So our next one is the Golden Eagle productivity monitoring. We've got this down to a rhythm now, and then I go to staff, they remind us what we're talking about, and...
I like this one, and let me explain why. To put this in context, in the 8 or 9 years that data have been gathered up there about avian use of the site, there's been consistently one territorial pair that has successfully nested 2 or 3 of those years and has attempted maybe another 2 or 3 years. But if you look at the take limit of 14 or 15 eagles a year, it's a bit misleading, because it would give you the impression that that's what they're allowed, but I don't know that there are 15 golden eagles, frankly, in the whole local area population. So it speaks to the importance of this particular territory in my mind, and this particular pair. And the surveys that are being done presently are useful because they're long-term. They're targeting large birds, but they're not targeting behavior. So there's the observations on behavior are more or less anecdotal. So what we're talking about here are surveys that are specifically designed to determine whether or not eagles are breeding on the property or near the property. And the only way to do that is to do surveys during the nesting season, which is, December through March, let's say. That would help, that information might help to inform, and I know curtailment is not a popular option for the operator for all the obvious reasons, but if it were selective curtailment, let's say during either temporally or seasonally, or one individual turbine, say for example, N7 would be an obvious possibility, since that's where the take already occurred, then that information would help to determine that scenario.
Okay. Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I find that convincing, because that's a specific kind of study for a specific thing, and it meets my observations that that's where the eagles have been, is over in that woods. They arise out of there, roost there, and then they come up towards 7. I got to ask an obvious question: was that eagle that that got whacked at N7 this year? Was that one of those breeding pair? Or do you know?
It's presumed to be. I don't know that that's, been determined, not by me certainly, but, there's been only an individual eagle, as far as I know, seen since then. And it was not uncommon to see a pair of soaring eagles when that territorial pair was around for several years. So it is presumed to be one of the breeding pair.
Okay. Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, I would definitely support that. I mean, you obviously, I think we need to be able to base any of our decisions on having some solid baseline data on populations and activity, and that would certainly help toward that. Then I'm also, again, I'm going to make a reference to applicant's slide, talking the bird guard trials and levels of eagle activity. This one we had showing a concentration of activity near that site 7, and later said that that area seems to be centered on that wooded area where they're nesting. So I think it would be only reasonable to make those sorts of surveys to determine where actual nesting pairs may be that were within range of the facility. So I would be in support of that.
Yeah.
I need to correct a misstatement that I just made. I referred to that eagle as being hit by the tower at N7, and there's no evidence that it was. In fact, the report was we don't know what happened to that eagle. Its body was found in that vicinity, but there was not a complete report on whether it in fact was hit there. And I just noticed my own observations. The eagles that I would see arise from that woods and fly towards N7, and they'd play around near the top of it. They seemed very skillful in eluding the blades. In fact, I was there once when it shut down N7, and then it shut down 2 more as it toured around and then went back to the woods. So it's quite possible that bird was not at all impacted by that. Just something else happened. Who knows?
Okay, so we have concurrence that would be added to the AMP or next. Okay. So the next one is the outline of the BACI study. You want to remind us about that? Before and
after control impact.
Okay. I thought I had the acronyms down, but yeah.
Yeah, so this is already a requirement of the conditions of approval for the project. This one's pretty low-hanging fruit. Unfortunately, this particular condition does not require any kind of timing, and we haven't started this effort yet. And so really what our suggestion here is that we give the applicant a timeline to create an outline for the BACI study. And maybe we don't have enough information to truly build out the study yet, but at least give us a timeline on, or an outline on what the study is going to look like and how much time it may take and those types of things.
Okay. Any comments from the commission? Commissioner Park?
Yeah, I'm all for that and getting it going in some sense, because I think in answer to my earlier questions about predicted death analysis and all that, they can be answered in part at least by this study. And if this is something we face again, looking at other species other than eagles and talking about curtailment or other big time issues, that would be important to have this data. So I think we should just get it going.
Okay. So I think that means a yes concurrence with that item. And our last item on the summary table, thank you for doing this again, staff, is the compensatory mitigation. And I know the applicant had his point about the 2,700 easement acreage, so maybe that belongs in
So
this discussion.
I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong in this summary, so this particular measure would require the applicant to pay $500 per bird and $1,000 per raptor for the first 5 years of operations? Jax, was that correct?
Yes, Deputy Director, that's correct.
And then that money would then be provided to a local raptor
Yes, the
Resource
local,
Center?
I'll take this one from you, a local raptor or general wildlife rehabilitation center with the goal of really trying to provide compensatory mitigation at a local level. So we would first look for facilities along the central coast of California. And I believe the applicant is supportive of this measure.
So the only question I had on this was $1,000 for each documented raptor fatality as a result of turbines, right? I mean, there could be raptors out there that died naturally and weren't part of it. So that's all clear in this presumption, right? I mean, if we just have them donating $1,000 for every raptor found on the ground, there should be a nexus to it being from the turbines, right? How are we doing that?
Maybe Mr.
Bradley.
Storer could. Go ahead.
That is correct, Chair Bridley. For all fatalities to date, BayWa has assumed a responsibility of those, so to speak, and that if it necessarily can't be proven that they were from the turbines. However, they are counting all mortalities as an indirect or direct result of the operations of the facilities. So essentially all documented fatalities would count toward that compensatory mitigation.
Okay. Well, that's very conservative. Mr. McDougall, you wanted to add something?
Thank you. I was just going to make one comment. You were saying if it could be proven that it was caused by the turbines. My only concern would be that you encourage carcasses being dumped into the area and such like. So you could actually have no connection whatsoever. Just a thought.
Okay. So is the point that we don't?
I think it would. I think my requirement would be that you could actually accept that they were actually caused by the wind farm, not just found in the vicinity.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so is staff clear on that clarification?
Yes.
All right, and I think we have concurrence on that. Oh, Commissioner Reed.
Yeah, was there with the Golden Eagle, was there any kind of necropsy done on the carcass, or was it too deteriorated to determine, cause of death, like a crushing injury or anything?
Commissioner Reed, the carcass was collected and sent to CDFW for them to perform that, and as far as we know, there is no conclusion of what caused caused the fatality. But I do believe that it was assumed because of the location that it was found in, that it was a strike from the wind farm. However, in our study that we ran with Identiflight, we were unable to find any information that led us to believe that it was strike.
So it probably wasn't a roadkill that somebody transported out and planted on that facility?
Not that we believe. This was well into the wind farm out on a pad that you would have to travel quite a bit to get back there.
You betcha. I appreciate it. I was being a little facetious with that question. Okay, thank you.
To add, I think the condition of the carcass suggested that it might have been a turbine strike as well, yeah?
I don't want to lose track of the point of the conservation easements, but I don't know how we weave that in terms of a credit. Did we talk about this? They had to do mitigation offsite for restoration purposes from other, like the incidental take permit and other agencies. And so you had asked if there could be some way to acknowledge that in this measure, right?
Absolutely. We one of the points that we wanted to kind of discuss and recognize here is that at the development of the adaptive management plan and the BVCS, there was discussion about compensatory mitigation being a potential option, and I don't believe that conservation easements had been assigned to the project at that point. I believe that was a little bit later on with CDFW, and that wasn't necessarily considered. I'm not sure in the EIR if that was looked at, at a level that looked, does this offset that? So we believe that compensatory mitigation meets or exceeds any of this. As if you've ever seen impacts that are offset, 2,700 acres is a significant amount of conservation. So.
Okay, Commissioner Part?
This almost seems like an apples and oranges kind of discussion in the sense that that land is already set aside for various restoration efforts, and that's great. And that's great for habitat protection for a species. That's the best way to mitigate loss of a species. On the other hand, here we're going to have perhaps an ongoing number of individual birds that are killed, notwithstanding setting this kind of thing aside. And it seems to me that this compensation program, where relatively modest amounts, $500, $1,000, go to a bird rehab operation, which they're dealing with birds that have been injured and they're trying to restore it back to health and set it back in the wild again. That's a different kind of a thing and seems to be very narrowly focused on, okay, we lost this bird, let's spend some money to help save this bird of the same species. So I agree with you. You've done great work in setting aside land. I don't think that that's exactly the same thing as what's being approached here in this condition.
Okay, Commissioner Reed, did you have any?
I had a question, for staff. Now, your recommendation, compensatory mitigation. Compensatory mitigation is already in place for the project, correct? Is that for?
So, Madam Chair and Commissioner Reed, the compensatory mitigation requirement is through the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Incidental Take Permit.
Okay.
The county conditions don't require this, but they are required to pay fees for eagle take.
Okay, because I thought I'd read somewhere there was a compensatory mitigation in place for 5 years. Is that my imagination? I thought I'd read that somewhere. My question was, why would a term be just 5 years?
Compensatory mitigation generally implies in perpetuity.
Perpetuity,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah, so
I
it's not-
thought I'd read someplace where it was 5
Yeah.
years, but nonetheless.
I mean, there was compensatory mitigation for wetlands,
Yeah.
loss of wetlands, so the wetlands creation.
Okay.
But I don't think there was compensatory mitigation until the ITP was issued. There was a requirement, right, for compensatory mitigation in the incidental take permit.
So, Commissioner Reed, I believe the 5 years you're referring to is our suggestion that they pay the compensatory mitigation for the first 5 years of operation.
Okay, so my question was why only the first 5 years? So, but I guess that's not operational. If we support your recommendation for compensatory mitigation, that would be throughout the life of the project,
No, it would be for the first 5 years of operation.
just for the first 5
Yeah.
years. Why the 5-year limit?
Jax?
Yeah, Commissioner Reed, through the chair. My proposed limit of 5 years was really about the effect of as time goes on and other adaptive management responses are implemented with the goal of reducing fatalities. Over time, the operation would reduce fatalities. So compensatory mitigation would only be required in the first 5 years. Again, an arbitrary number that I came up with to address potentially higher take as they're figuring out different adaptive management responses.
Okay, thank you. Because in light of that, I mean, in looking at the modest take, I think the compensatory mitigation is pretty innocuous, kind of like chunk change to a company like Baywa. It would be cheaper for them to pay for dead birds than to slow down the blades. Nonetheless. I think what we're looking at, though, even contrary to people's expectations, after the first year, I think the overall bird take has been quite modest and far, far less than what some people spoke about. Like they would be giant bird food processors that would be grinding up thousands. That has certainly not played out.
Yeah, and we agree. And when Jax and I talked about this measure, we're certainly not trying to be unreasonable.
Yeah.
So We're not trying to be punitive here. This was really just a way to acknowledge that birds are being taken and that they would be making modest contributions for conservation in return. That's all.
I could see where if you actually, they make contribution to raptor rescue centers, because there's plenty of red-tailed hawks and that get hurt and get wings broken, get hit by cars, that go to a rehab center. So perhaps saving those, and there'll be many more of them, is a lot better solution than requiring them to reprogram their AI units to stop the blades every time a red-tailed hawk makes an incursion into the area. So
I mean,
generally,
it's
I would support that one.
Okay.
I also think it'll seem fair and meaningful to members of the public. I think
Yeah.
this will be a popular thing with members of the public, and it's good to keep them included in here.
Okay, I'm looking at the chief over there, and he gives it, but this is our last item on the summary of measures, so.
I just maybe wanted to make one kind of clarificatory kind of comment, and we have a very extensive series of mitigation issues. And I think it's a comment of it, everything's small change, and there's more and more and more to keep giving, and we're spreading the kind of resource wider and wider of what we can do with a view to moving towards zero harm. And zero harm is not really feasible if you want to have an operational wind farm. I think, and for the benefit of all of the commissioners, I would just like to mention, we have an overall mitigation programme in place for this wind farm right now that's in excess of $70 million. For a wind farm of this size, that's an embarrassing number for me to talk about. It's enormous. I think it's unprecedented anywhere. And we've already gone through a kind of a process, and you can see it in our published annual accounts. We've impaired the asset by over $93 million, because that's the loss we've taken, primarily based on all the environmental mitigations we've put in place. So I just want that wider context to be understood, that what we have done already is economically damaging, is getting to a point where the operation of the wind farm is under threat with everything that we're trying to do, which is why further curtailments, further things, it doesn't really work. So we're at the point of trying to keep it going, keep it working at a level that's reasonable and acceptable. So I just want that context to be understood, because we don't like talking about it. We like to sort of stand up and push for all of this, but that wider context of we have done more than I think any other wind farm globally in terms of mitigation for a single site.
Okay, all right, thank you. Well, that actually colors my opinion about this. I'd be inclined to put these compensatory mitigation funds into the deferral bucket, because I think that they have agreed to almost everything that staff has suggested, and then we've included some things that they're not comfortable with, but they're willing to study. So I would suggest that the deferral fees or the compensatory fees be put into the look at that next year deferral bucket.
I could join with that. I mean, just, yeah, I mean, we've talked about it, voiced it, and feeling our way through it. It's not going to be giantly significant one way or the other. I understand what Mr. McDougall is saying, when they're staring down a giant hole and just taking the hole a little deeper doesn't make them feel happy.
Yeah. Okay, well, Commissioner Cooney?
Yeah, I don't disagree with Mr. McDougall from his viewpoint, but I think this county, since we approved the project, has been very supportive of the operation. And yes, a little bit more of a contribution toward the benefit that the operation provides for the community, for those that care about wildlife as we do here, I don't think is a big sacrifice. So it's not the dollars and cents, and I realize that's your job. Ours is to make the best decision for our county. So we hope you succeed wildly, and that we each time get together, we have a better report. And that's why I'm looking at this project today.
Well, maybe we need a roll call vote on this particular item, the compensatory mitigation. Maybe that's the way to.
Oh, just.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Just one little, in going back, we've done a lot of talking about red-tailed hawks and turkey vultures. I think just looking at the number, they only killed 2 red-tailed hawks over the course of a year. So how much we exactly want to get worked up, I'm sure there's more killed by cars hitting them in the county every day than that. Well, maybe not quite, but, so, and then 3 turkey vultures. So to me, that, like I said, overall, the whole number of take is pretty low, but the turkey vulture and red-tailed hawk numbers are very, very low. So probably I won't lose a whole bunch of sleep over not putting in some controls for red-tailed hawks and vultures.
Okay, so as it relates to the compensatory mitigation, can we just, who's in favor of keeping that in?
I am.
Commissioner Reed, are you in favor of keeping the compensatory mitigation fees in?
I can defer on those if the majority agrees. I'm not 100%.
We have Commissioner Cooney saying he wants them in. I'm saying no. Commissioner Park, I think, is on a no. And putting in the deferral bucket for another
I don't
year.
want to tie it. I'll say no.
Okay, all right. There you go. Decision made. Deferral bucket. Look at it again next year. I think that's it, right?
So, Madam Chair, if you go down the list, it looks like everything is pretty clear except for the bird guards, where the commission appeared to be split 2-2 on that one. So if we could clarify that one, I think we're there.
I would clarify it by changing my vote. I mean, I look at it and go, well, let them experiment some more and all this and that, but it seemed to bother a couple of the commissioners, and I just want us to have a kind of a consensus on this, so I don't want to.
I thought that was just to study it, though, right? Are we talking about the second line item?
No, they're actually proposing to install the units.
Oh.
But then I kind of reduced it to, okay, could you keep one going at, say, N7 as a longer-term experiment?
Right.
And it seemed to be that that was something that was objectionable to you, Mr. Bridley, and to staff, and to somebody else. I'm forgetting who.
And when Mr. Carroll testified earlier, I believe he said that the units are already actually in place. They just need to be operated.
At one
We
turbine?
have 1 unit in place.
Okay.
So maybe the confusion is just the direction about whether you continue to experiment with that and see how it goes versus, I think it's clear that we would say no more, but how does the commission feel about having them continue it?
Yeah,
I'd
I
be
don't
okay
see
with
any
that.
harm in that.
Yeah, I'd be okay with
I
that
see some
because
value in
that's
it.
part of the study that you're doing is, right, okay. Okay, is that clear enough?
What was the vote?
How many, let's ask how many commissioners want to include just the continuation of the bird guard at N7, is that where it was?
Correct.
But no other installations of those, that technology?
I would go for that.
Commissioner Cooney?
I can agree with my fellow commissioners on that issue.
Sure.
Yes, that's 4 yeses. Okay. Okay, did we get through it? There's number 2.
Yes.
What? That was 4.
Sorry.
Oh, keep it in only at site N7. Don't install anymore. Study it and report.
So Chair and Commissioners, just the clarification is, if it's a test, the concern was that it didn't trigger a formal amendment to the project. So if it does, and I think that's a clarification. So if any of these actions today trigger an amendment to the project, I think the commission should be aware of that any decisions, and I think it would be helpful if Mr. Briggs or Ms. Ybarra indicated that this action could trigger a formal amendment to the project. So Mr. Briggs, can you clarify that?
Yeah, sorry, we lost track of that. So Mr. Wilson's correct. This would be a change to the project that would require both a permit touch and environmental review. And, just thinking quickly, I don't know exactly what that environmental review looks like, but we did have concerns about the bird guard impacting other species and disrupting residents at the site. So, clearly there are some environmental touches with this particular concept that would need to be looked at, and then we would process probably a permit amendment in order to permit the installation and operation of that unit. So there is a little bit more that comes along with this one.
But they've already put it in as an experiment. So, with this, we have to be careful how we talk about this, correct?
Kind of may need to overlook that.
Yeah.
I think.
But is there a difference?
So, Chair, I think what I'm hearing is that they have discontinued that experiment and that any further operation of that unit would require an amendment.
I think back to the deferral bucket, given what we've just heard.
I would like to suggest, though, that we advise applicant if at any time they do conduct another test of the bird guard, they make comprehensive surveys to determine the reduction in take for all bird species, whether they're songbirds, hummingbirds, or whatever, so we get a more accurate picture on the overall benefit, not just eagles, because that, to me, could be significant in making a decision as to whether it would be appropriate to install more of them.
I think we've gotten through it with enough direction to staff. Thank you to BayWa and everyone with the Strauss Wind Energy Project.
So, Chair and Commissioners, just to help wrap this up, there are some recommended actions, but I'm hoping Mr. Briggs took note to help frame the motion. So we would be looking at a motion on staff's recommendations, and then the last item there, which is C, which is provide direction to staff. If Mr. Briggs could just highlight what the commission had just agreed on. And so the motion would be to move staff's recommendations and then provide direction as indicated today.
Okay, so just going down the list here, and Jax, please step in and help me where I might have forgotten a detail or two. So the first one, modified carcass surveys, we're going to simply implement that suggestion as it was discussed. We are not going to implement the bird guard auditory transmitters. We are going to include the Identiflight performance evaluation. And Jax, could you add a little detail on that one, what that entails?
Yes, that would be a report by the operator to P&D that describes the effectiveness of the program to date. So where coverage areas are, if there are any blind spots, partial coverage area, how curtailment works, etc.
And then moving on, we are not going to include additional Identiflight programming for red-tailed hawks and turkey vultures. We are going to require the feasibility study for painting the blades black, and we are going to go with the longer-term, more robust style study, and we can work with the applicant on exactly what that looks like.
For within a year.
Sure.
Okay.
We are going to include the Golden Eagle productivity monitoring as was described by Mr. Storer. And we are going to require the applicant to provide an outline for the BASI study as included in staff's recommendation. And then we are not going to require the compensatory mitigation.
That sounds right.
Madam Chair and Commissioners. Madam Chair and Commissioners, one other thing for the Commission to consider on the motion would be to add direction to staff to return and report to the Commission once these studies have been done, or if they're not done yet, to still come back and provide an update to the Commission in a year. If they cross those thresholds anyway next year, they'll be coming back anyway, but that may be something for the Commission to consider as part of the motion.
Good idea. So does someone want to look to our page 2 and cite that summary by staff in the motion? Commissioner Cooney.
So with respect to that last item, part of our motion, which was summarized by staff, we would like to have staff return to us with, at an appropriate time, up to a year, to review the operation of the wind farm and all of these issues in particular.
And we would also make the rest of the motion on page 2. Well, I don't know that anyone's actually stated this part in the motion.
Okay.
There you go.
Are you making a motion right now?
Or you were coughing. If you would like to make the motion, you could.
I'm glad you want to.
Oh, I'm ready to just finish it since I started it. Okay, so that we further request that we receive and file this report on the SWEP AMP in accordance with condition 42 of 16 CUP 00000031. Determine that receiving and filing this report is not a project pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, Guidelines Section 15378B5, as outlined in Attachment B, and direct revisions to the existing SWEP, bird, and bat conservation strategy and AMP to incorporate recommended adaptive management responses as necessary. And I don't think we need to refer back to staff because that was part of the motion.
No, but can the motion just refer as discussed today, or do you need to do that in the motion? Or we're fine? We're fine.
My feeling is staff has the motion that I've made.
Yeah.
If we get a vote on that, we're good.
And I'll second that motion, but I do want to say that after the vote, before everybody leaves, I had two things I just wanted to say.
Okay.
One about this and one about something else.
Okay. So with that, do we do a roll call vote? I think so.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Park.
Aye.
Commissioner Reed.
Aye.
Chair Bradley.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Thank you.
Can I say my 2 points?
Yes, absolutely.
One, I think this was a really important hearing today, and I'm really proud of a lot of people. I'll tell you why. When we had this matter before us, not for the modification of conditions a year ago, but the original hearing, which is about 3 years ago, I don't know, whatever it was. Audubon Society was in opposition. They changed their opposition when we forced a really major change in the adaptive management plan. And one of the changes we did there was to not only require the notice of these meeting these possible thresholds, but then what would we do? And the original management plan said, well, staff would come up with something. But we changed that to make it come back to the Planning Commission and to give affected parties and the public a chance to comment. And so, Audubon withdrew its opposition at that time so that they, in favor of this. And I think Audubon really came through once they got notice of what happened, and they made some very intelligent comments, were an important part of this process. And I think it was important that it came back here to the commission and we could go through what's reasonable, what works. So I think this was a successful hearing, and it showed that the plan was a successful venture, at least so far. So I think the applicant's done a great job. I think staff did a wonderful job in putting together all this information on something we've never done before. And I always like to see Mr. Storr, so I hope we will. So I'm proud. The second thing, something else I'm also proud of, is our association with Mr. Pettit, who has some unfortunate news to me. He's taking employment in another county in another month, really, right? But I think that he's served us very, very well with humor and wit and intelligence and knowledge and putting up with us. So thank you very much, Mr. Pettit.
Thank you, Commissioner Park. I'll just say it's been a pleasure supporting this commission, and I appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
Okay, I think with that, our commission is adjourned. Thank you, everyone, for attending. We'll see you in 2025, except for Mr. Pettit.
When we come back on the